to provide freedom for students to choose fields according to their needs. Thus, it is hoped that a learning culture will be created that is innovative, non-restrictive, and in accordance with the needs of the students. Students are given a maximum opportunity of 40 credits to study and practice outside the campus, plus 20 credits outside of the study program. This is an effort to make the campus curriculum closer in accordance with the standards and needs of the user. So here, I think it's very clear what is meant by Merdeka Belajar. Next slide. The concept of Merdeka Belajar has actually slightly similar and suitable with autonomous learning principles in education. That is the reason why we are proposing autonomous learning as the ideas to support the implementation of Merdeka Belajar concept in campuses or higher education institution level. Autonomous learning is actually not only suitable for higher educations also, but for students in secondary schools, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic era too. Next slide. This is three definitions stated from the expert. The first one is from Henry Holleck. He states, autonomous is the students should take responsibility for their own learning rather than be dependent on the teacher. The second one from Benson, autonomous is one who constructs knowledge from direct experience rather than one who responds to someone's instruction. And the third one from Leslie Dickinson, autonomous is a situation in which the learner is totally responsible for all the decisions concerned with his or her learning and the implementations of those decisions. So from these definitions, I think we can catch the point, what is autonomous man, inshallah. Next slide. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are 5 characteristics of autonomous learning. The first one is able to take initiative and assume responsibility for his or her learning. The second one is possessive a range of transferable skills from the tutor or other students and able to make a positive transfer. The third one is sees independence as a challenge and an enriching educational experience. The fourth one is employs a range of effective strategies to constantly improve his or her capacity. And the fifth is not afraid to do experiment or on his or her own, often through trial and error in a quest for improvement. This is stated from Fowler, 1997. Next slide. Okay, this is the 4 types of autonomous stated by Benson and Fowler, 1997. The first one is technical. The second one is psychological. The third one is political. And the last one, social. Next slide. Okay, this is the levels of autonomous learning stated by Noonan in 1997. The first level is awareness. The second level is involvement. The third level is intervention. The fourth is creation. And the fifth is transcendence. Next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is ways of supporting autonomous. The first one is resource-based. Resource-based refers to the students may find the learning materials from any sources independently. And the second one is technology-based, refers to the students' independent instruction with educational technologies for both interaction with educators, friends, or other people regarding to the learning process and the use of technology in finding or obtaining the source of materials. The third one is classroom-based. This is refers to learner control over the planning and evaluation of classroom learning. And curriculum based, this is refers to learner control over the curriculum as a whole. Next, teacher base, which is emphasizes role of the teacher and teacher education in practice of fostering autonomy among learners. And the last one is learner base, refers to development of autonomous learning skills. Next. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, that there are some ways of supporting autonomous, and the two most important are resource-based and technology-based. In doing all this, we propose the utilizing of YouTube applications as the source of learning materials in autonomous learning and the place for the students to upload their work and receiving feedbacks and inputs from anyone. Okay, the next slide will be delivered by Mrs. Santiana. Please, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Pak Gafur. Let's continue our presentation. The big questions, what is YouTube actually? YouTube is a video sharing service where users can watch, like, share, comment, and upload their own video. The video service can be accessed on PCs, a laptop, a tablet, and mobile phone. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, excuse me, Miss Santiana, before you go ahead, I would like to, because this is virtual conference, I would like you all the participants know about you. All right? Can we introduce yours to the others? All right. So disturbing your presentation, yeah? Okay, moderator, can you share to us the biography of Miss Santiana? Okay, operator, can you hear me?
Wait a minute, moderator, because maybe co-host have an unstable connection. Musna Hayati has started screen sharing, so can you please make wait a little minute?
Okay, let me in my own, yeah. Miss Santiana SS MPD from Siliwangi University. She graduated from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia UPI Bandung, majoring in English education. She is a lecturer at English Education Department, Siliwangi University since 2010. Wow, it's the same, yeah, like me. I also have a lecturer since 2010. She teaches technology enhanced language learning, digital storytelling, digital literacy, and literature in ILT subject. Her research interests are on technology enhanced language learning, literature in ILT, intercultural communication, and teacher education. Also, she presented her article at the Korea TESOL International Conference, Sokmakyu Women's University, Seoul, Korea, and also in Sabah. So meaning that Miss Santiana has presented her presentation in the many countries. Okay, I think she is also now as the head of a Center for Cooperation Siliwangi University. And the interesting about Miss Santiana is beside as a lecturer, she loves singing and she loves traditional dancing and poetry reading. Maybe if we have time, we would like to see, you maybe can sing a little bit, maybe in the next. All right, without wasting my time, Miss Santiana, the time is yours.
All right, thank you. So let's continue our presentation.
Yes, you.
Would you please share the, okay. Right. If we consider about students today in the digital era, students are writing software, they posting it on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also YouTube. In some cases, they'll also make the video telling their life and posting it into YouTube. Besides, for young generation, they tend to love to do something new and they have grow up in a very visual environment and they love it. Next slide, please. So why we use YouTube? The reason is that on the YouTube, there is a lot of source of material and it's free of charge. Another reason is the students may post their job on YouTube. Besides, it is believed that YouTube is very suitable for autonomous learning principle, also can encourage and engage student learning activities. Another reason is, as a teacher, we have to educate the students and we must adapt to their words so we can transfer our knowledge better. The students tend to learn in a different way and they prefer to use different teaching resources as well, including YouTube. Many researchers agree that the fact that learning materials shouldn't just reflective of the teacher style, but should be designed for all kinds of students and all kinds of learning style. So we should adapt their learning style. In modern era, we should realize that they are millennials. So they include the first work generation, which is doing hyper communicator and also gadget oriented. Almost all day long, they use the gadget for every kinds of activity, inclusive education. And based on many surveys, found that YouTube is the most commonly used by the students. Next slide, please. All right. Based on so many reasons I have explained previously, I here want to highlight the benefit of utilizing YouTube. The first is global connection. YouTube makes it possible for teachers to share their lesson with millions of potential students located in different parts of the world. Teachers can now collaborate, connect, and innovate with multitude of students in ways that were never imagined before by employing the powers of YouTube. It is indeed can promote student autonomous learning. The second is enhance the comprehension of complex topic. Certain subjects are technical in nature and teachers usually have a hard time explaining them to the students. By using YouTube in the classroom, especially to promote student autonomous learning, teachers are better positioned to offer clear and easy to understand illustration, which will in turn demystify the top concept and make it easy for students to understand and comprehend complex topic. And then third is create more engagement from students. Learning primary comprises of audio and visual component. It is a little bit different to traditional mode of teaching where the teachers over explanation and the students are expected to take notes. Here, YouTube video are more engaging and has the power to make students stay more alert and autonomous learning. Therefore, it can be increase their chance of observing the lesson and getting most from the subject. The fourth, ideal for slow learners. When utilizing YouTube in the classroom here to promote student autonomous learning, the teacher has full control on the phase of learning, and this is ideal for taking of both fast and slow learners. In case students find a concept being explained too fast, they can simply request the part to be replayed, or it can be slowed down to play at a phase that will be easy for them to grasp. And then fifth, one teacher, multiple classroom. The other benefit of utilizing YouTube to promote student autonomous learning is the teacher can prepare the learning videos. We as a teacher get the flexibility using the YouTube in more than just one classroom. It also makes it easy for the teacher when we are away and need to attend classes. All we have to do is to use the pre-recorded video lesson so that we don't entirely miss out on class. Next, please. So there are so many ways to present YouTube video, but we only highlight 3 basic ways to present it. First, go directly to the YouTube site and search the material by typing a keyword. After that, we can select it which is suitable for our topic, and we have already found the topic. We can use YouTube video to promote student autonomous learning. The second, after we found suitable materials, we as a teacher can provide a link to the students, and we can put it together as a part of our handout using an email or PowerPoint presentation by typing the link, which can be accessed by the student. The third is embed the YouTube. This way is quite similar to the previous one actually. Teacher can embed YouTube into the web page or add learning management systems such as Moodle, Blackboard, Canvas, and Moodle or other learning management system, and also can embed YouTube in the PowerPoint. Those kinds of activities also can promote students' autonomous learning. Next, please. Here are some of the ways of teacher promoting students' autonomous learning by utilizing YouTube. First, trigger unique and interesting discussion. Teacher utilize YouTube in the classroom can trigger interesting and unique discussion among their students. The teacher can use relevant videos on news report, documentaries, current affairs, and much more to get the students' opinion and gauge the impacts of learning on the students. The second is access high quality education material for free. Utilizing YouTube in the classroom also make it possible for teacher to access high quality learning material for free. The third is review for exam. When exams are just about the corner, video becomes very effective in helping the students to refresh their mind on the topic that might require a lot of time to review during exam. The fourth is a flip lesson. Flip learning is taking strong root in most the learning institution and become easy and efficient when using videos to promote student autonomous learning. Flip allows students to gain in-depth information. By utilizing YouTube in the classroom, teachers are essentially allowing their students to dig deeper and comprehend lessons better. It is, of course, can promote student autonomous learning. And last is help struggling students. Video are great for slow learners since they can rewind or play it at their own pace, as I have already mentioned in advance. Next slide, please. To promote student autonomous learning, teacher can offer some student projects idea. The first is ask the students to create their own YouTube video. Video project offer a new way for students to explore their creative side. The video itself can be uploaded to private or general public. When they share the created video in YouTube, the viewers from all over the world can watch the video and leave their feedback. This opportunity allows students to receive feedback from others, not only from their friend, but also from others who watch the video on YouTube. The second is ask the student create blog and embed a YouTube video into blog. This kinds of activity can improve their writing skill while having fun with video and audio creation they made. Next, please. After doing some activity to promote student autonomous learning, it can be said using YouTube both inside and outside the classroom in FL context can engage and enhance the students' conversation, listening, and pronunciation skill. This is because of YouTube video are accessible anywhere, anytime, as long as connected to the internet. Second, YouTube video can also be utilized as a realia to stimulate cultural lesson and enhance exposure to word Englishes. The various contents of YouTube can come in handy for English teacher when they want to introduce culture to the student in the classroom. Besides, the various sources of English can also promote word Englishes. That is, students being exposed to different kinds of English. Third is English language skills such as reading and writing are also improved through watching YouTube video. And fourth is promoting authentic vocabulary development. When students are exposed to authentic real language use, students will indirectly learn vocabulary that is commonly used in daily conversation. This will help them with their vocabulary development that will lead to communicative competence. Next slide, please. Finally, we come up to the conclusion. Utilizing YouTube video as social media and social networking application for learning may become a highly recommended solution for teaching and learning contexts. It can promote student autonomous learning, especially when the outside classroom is restricted, such as in pandemic COVID-19 era. All right, that's all our presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Ghafur Marzuki and Ms. Santiana MPD. Now we're going to the Q&A session. And I have seen in the chat box there is still no question from that. But if our participant want to ask the question, you can raise your hand or you can put your question in the chat box. We have a 5 minutes for Q&A session. Anybody want to ask the question, please? How to handle? All right, there is one question. Abdul Wafi. Right. We have one question from Abdul Wafi Madura. He asked about how to handle the misuse of YouTube for students. Maybe Dr. Abdul Ghafur or Ms. Santiana want to answer the question, please. Ms. Santiana, do you hear me? Or Mr. Dr. Abdul Ghafur?
Okay. What is the question?
The question is how to handle the misuse of YouTube for students. The question is from Abdul Afi from YIN Madura.
Thank you, Pak Abdul Wafi. I try to answer your questions. How we as a teacher handle a misuse of YouTube. The first is we as a teacher should guide them directly to the students. We should make the step how to make the student find the good way, the right video that it is suitable for them. So it is better for us as a teacher to guide them. Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Anything else? Okay. Dr. Abdul Ghafur Marzuki also give the explanation why how to handle the misuse of YouTube for students. He said that the misuse of YouTube can be handled by giving instruction to the student. All right. I think the operator can turn on the videos or unmute the voice of Mr. Abdul Wafi, because yeah, maybe he want to directly, conversation with our presenter today.
Check sound. Hello,
Hello? Yes, please.
Bu Santiana. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, check. Ibu
Yes.
Santiana. Hello, check.
Ibu Santiana, can you hear the voice of Mr. Abdul Wafi? Or Mr. Abdul Ghafur? And from the chat box, I can see that Mr. Abdul Ghafur explained about that question. He said that again, handling the technology that should be used by the student will be different to comprehend it, since not all our students familiar with the use of platform that are already used by the teacher. How to
Okay, moderator.
Miss Santiana, can you hear?
Yes. Wait a minute, moderator. I think Mr. Abdul Ghafur have some trouble with her connection. So, Miss Santiana, you can answer the question. I will unmute her sound. Miss Santiana, are you there?
I think there is a problem with the connection, yeah.
Yes,
but
it's okay. I think it's clear the answer. I can see from the chat box.
Yes.
Ibu Vivi yang baik. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome. And then there is one question again from Julfikar Ali Buto. Salam, my name is Nicole from Yayan Laksmaya. Yes, my question is how to combining IT knowledge for lecturers who are less able to operationalize IT. Okay, maybe because of Dr. Abdul Ghafur have the trouble with the connection, maybe Miss Santiana can answer that question.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
How is combining IT knowledge for lecturers who are less able to operate? Okay. I suggest for the teacher who less able to operate some kinds of application or technology, maybe the lecturers or the teachers should take the familiar application or familiar technology that can the student handle for easy to use. So it could be any kinds of application, but it is better to the lecturer or the students or the teacher to use the friendly application or technology that can be used by that lecturers. Maybe Pak Ghafur will add my answer.
Dr. Abdul Ghafur, still no connection?
Yeah, but Mr. Abdul Ghafur, he have write in chat box the answer.
Right. Okay.
Abdul Ghafur, Mr. Abdul Ghafur, are you there? Mr. Abdul Ghafur, are you there?
Okay, I will read. For the all, there's no reason to be surprised for the teacher except learn to master the technology, even the beginner one. Okay, I think this quite interesting topic, yeah, because of many all participants asked the many questions, but due to the time and everything, we will accept just one question. The last question that comes from Sulaiman Sarmo. The question is,
moderator, excuse me. There have one question before Mr. Sulaiman is from Abdul Ghafur too, because we have so many Abdul Ghafur in here. Okay.
All right. Oh,
It's not the answer. I will write for you. Okay, from Abdul Ghafur is a question from Abdul Ghafur, lecturer of EIN Madura. The,
okay.
uh, the, the question is, again, handling the technology that should be used by the student will be different in compliant aids, since not all our students familiar with the use of platform that are already used by the teacher. How to overcome? This is a question from Abdul Ghafur, EIN Madura.
Right, I tried to answer. Again, we as a teacher should guide them by good direction to do that. For example, if the students is not familiar with our learning management system, for example, we can guide them step by step, and we tell the students to do the step we share. So it is will help the student to handle that problem actually. Thank you.
Okay. Host, we still have a time, or we can uh, accept one question. Excuse me, host.
There
Can we
is
accept one question?
okay. We can accept one question. These are the last for me for Mr. Abu Bakar Hamzat. How do we take care of students from rural area where IT is still problem? How do we take care?
All right, thank you. In this case, because we are still doing the online teaching and learning, if the students have the problem because the IT, we as a teacher should give them exceptional by giving them another kinds of activity. For example, they can sending the assignment, or they can do the teaching learning process by another platform or another media that can be accessed by the students. So if it is there still another problem in IT, I think it can be one of solution for the students to do that. Thank you.
All right. I'm very happy because of our participant actually has many questions, but due to of the time, we must stop the presentation and then the discussion. But before that, I would like to ask the Miss Santiana, do you have any suggestion for the lecturer or for the student in this era related to the
Suggestion of what? What kinds of suggestion do you mean, Miss?
the suggestion related to the using of the technology, the using of the YouTube? Do you think it is a must for now, for this era, to use that such things?
Yes, I think it is a must because in the digital era and in COVID-19 era, like nowadays, it is a must for us to accept the technology for teaching and learning. So as I explained in my presentation, that almost of the students or young generation use technology in daily life.
All right. Dr. Abdul Ghaffur, can you join with us? Still no? Yeah. Maybe this is the obstacles. Yeah, by doing the technology, by doing the our communication today, because sometimes we have a trouble with the connection or something else. But it's okay because we must too, like the Miss Santiana said just now, we must too, meaning that we must to try to adapt with this era. And all participants and presenter today, I would like to take, I have taken some notes that very important from that we got from the two presenters today. First, the two presenters today said that nowadays utilizing YouTube videos as one of social media and social networking can use as a tool or application in Merdeka Belajar and Kampus Merdeka. And they said that it highly recommended solution in teaching in this era due to it can promote student autonomous learning, or in the other words, now as a lecturer or as a student, we must try to be a YouTuber, yeah, to effective and efficient in doing learning process in this era. And the reason to use YouTube as a tool for student is because we must, this is the very interesting that we must to adapt with the student world. Meaning,
Moderator, Mr. Abdul Ghafur, in our now, okay, maybe he want to add some answer. Mr. Abdul Ghafur, are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Please,
I'm sorry for unstable connection here in Palu.
okay.
Well, I am going to add some opinion from Ibu Santiana. Technology, we have to understand that technology is just a medium to help or to facilitate the teaching and learning process. The main focus is still the materials. And what is the very important one in the process of teaching and learning is that we have to engage our students in the process of teaching and learning. Without the students engaging, without the process of the students engaging, we cannot achieve our objective of the study. So this is the very important. The key point is engaging, and technology is just helping the teachers to facilitate the process of teaching and learning. Thank you.
All right. Now we arrive at the end of our session. My big thanks to the two presenters today, Dr. Abdul Ghafur Marzuki from IAIN Palu and the beautiful presenter today, Miss Santiana, MPD from Siliwangi University. Thank you for joining with us in this international conference. Hopefully we can see you again in the next or in another international conference. Okay. Now we move to the next presenter from Madura. We have Mr. Abdul Wafi SSMPD from IAIN Madura, Indonesia. Mr. Abdul Wafi, are you here? Can operator turn on the videos and also unmute the voice for the Mr. Abdul Wafi? All right.
Check.
Okay. How are you, Mr. Abdul Wafi?
I'm fine, thank you, Ibu Vivi.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Okay, Mr. Abdul Wafi, before you present your presentation, I will introduce you to all participants. Can operator share the biography of Mr. Abdul Wafi? All right. Mr. Abdul Wafi SSMPD is an English lecturer at State Islamic Institute of Madura under the Religious Ministry of Indonesia. He graduated from undergraduate program in 2006. Faculty of English Letters at University of Pesantren Darul Ulum, UNIPDU, Jombang, East Java, Indonesia. In 2011, he graduates from Magister program at State University of Malang, majoring English language teaching program. He also expertises in English language teaching and training, public speaking, motivator, and also journal review. The author and master trainer of terapi ngomong Inggris versi MUI. Wow, English speaking therapy or MUI version. He also is the CEO of Smile, the Cram English course and training Pamekasan Madura, and as the director of the Golden Institute Pare Kediri. In 2002 to 2009, he worked as an English trainer at Mahesa Institute Pare Kediri, known as Kampung Inggris. He wrote many articles related to English teachings, Islamic perspective on language teaching, creative, imaginative, and joyful English teaching. He also wrote motivational books, and his life motto is smile, thank God, and love. Wow, very interested, biography from our presenter today, Mr. Abdul Wafi. And I must inform you, Mr. Abdul Wafi, you have 20 minutes to present your presentation, and we will use 5 minutes to the Q&A session. Without wasting our time, the times and the virtual place are yours. Please welcome, Mr. Abdul Wafi.
Thank you very much. Let me share my slide. Okay. Okay, can you see my slide? Hello, Ibu Vivi?
Yes?
Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay, first of all, I would like to start by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. And I would like to start by reading dua, supplication. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Raditu billahi rabba wa bil islami dina wa bi Muhammadin nabiyya wa rasulah. Rabbi zidni ilma warzuqni fahma waj'alni minas salihin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Well, what is it? Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the moderator, for the host, giving me valuable time to have my presentation in front of the Association of Dosen Akuntansi Indonesia Day Aceh, September 30th, 2020. Well, my name is Abdul Wafi, and I would like to talk about the Campus Merdeka. What should higher education prepare? Marketing mix perspective. So this is about me. I think host has read my biography. So this is about me. So now my topic here covers the first Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka. What is the Campus Merdeka? Why is it stated as a national policy? What are the strengths of it? And the second point, I would like to talk about higher education. What is higher education? How is the education system in higher education so far? And number three, I would like to talk about what to prepare. I try to see from marketing mix. What should higher education prepare for the Campus Merdeka policy? The marketing mix perspective, what and how. And the last point, conclusion, 4.0, change, survival, and happiness. Okay, so I would like to show you my first picture. Well, if you know this, I think you are my age. This is the popular movie. When I was a child, I used to watch this. If you know this, you can write down what is the title of the movie. You may write down in the chat box so that I can see that I am and you in the same age. And you see, can you write down what is the title of this six heroes here? What is the title of it? I want to see your response, please. Where is your response? Power Ranger. Yes. Good. Anybody can yes. Kamen Rider. Okay.
Yes, is my favorite movie until now, Mr. Abdul Wafi, Power Rangers, Kamen Rider. Even I know the song title.
Oh yeah, okay. You may sing this later after I present this. Thank you,
Okay.
Ibu. Well, so this is a Power Ranger. What I like from the movie is that before I mean they wore their uniform, they used to raise their right hand and then while saying "berubah," something like that. So I love this part. I love this part. Well, berubah means here from simple person becoming extraordinary person from zero to hero. So I think this thing. So I love this part. The change matters a lot. So in life, we talk about change, and life is life keeps changing, and we should change. Okay, so the next picture I would like to share you. Okay, so please see the difference. Number one, the picture here, this is talking about the evolution of our handphone. So we have Motorola here, the big one, and then come to Android. And today we have many kinds of Androids. So number two, can you give me response? What is the number two here? You may write down on the chat box. Number two. No response? I think you don't listen to me. Whether I should stop.
Yes.
Okay, nobody write down in the chat box. Yes, Kijang. What is Kijang? Yes, number two is the evolution of Toyota Kijang from Kijang Kotak, and then we have Kijang Kotak again, and now we have Innova Reborn, about 400 million something. And number three here, so you can give me response to number three. What is the difference between the picture and the final pictures here? Number three, can you give me response, please? Let me see the chat. Mobile Kijang transformation, you did. And number three, the third picture, what does it tell about? Number three. Okay, nobody respond me. Better I'll stop talking. About studying and learning. Three, using talk. Okay. That's okay. Yes. Okay. Well, picture number three here is the evolution of learning in the school. So we have, traditional one by using chalk, blackboard, and we have colorful, this is a green board. We have a whiteboard, and the last year we use Apple laptop. Okay, this is the evolution. So this is the change. And I would like to show you the next. Okay, so here. Everyone please say something on the first picture. What is the first picture about? You know, there's a little girl with, glasses, like dropping down something. And she's sleeping while holding her head by using her right hand. And I think she is doing what? Anybody can give me a response to the first question about the little girl. What is she doing and how does she feel? Sleeping, okay. Yes, sleeping. Yes, of course, she's sleeping. Okay. But why does she sleep? What makes she sleep? Probably she's getting tired of writing too much. Okay, good. And the second picture here about young boy yawning. I'm sorry, I don't close his mouth. Okay, and there are piles of books around, and he is writing. I think again he's so tired of reading and writing. And now we come to the picture number 3. Okay, I love to learn. And the little boy here, little kid here is smiling as if that he is so happy in learning. And number 4 here is about Campus Merdeka. So Campus Merdeka means here, we try to make the students, not bored, I mean, of the lesson, and also try to make the students happy to learn, happy to enjoy the series of activities in our campus. So that's the point. So that's why Campus Merdeka here, was born. Previously, we have Merdeka Belajar, means we try to make the children, we try to make the students happy in learning, try to focus on their need, and try to understand what they want in their life. So we don't force the students to be what we want to be. They can be what they want to be. In a campus Merdeka also, we let the students to decide and to think what they want to be in the future. We just facilitate them to be what they want to be. Well, my brother Abdul Ghafur from Yayan Palu and Bu Santiana have explained about Kampus Merdeka or Merdeka Belajar. So here it is, the pointer. Okay, so when I listen to Mas Menteri, the Minister of Education, Brother Nadim, Pak Nadim, he said in his statement that swimming in the swimming pool versus swimming in the sea. So being skillful at swimming pool, but drowning, sorry, not drawing, but drowning here, drowning means getting down into the water. So if we see from the fact that the life in the university, the learning in the university, we just focus on academic only. We force the student to take what we prefer, what we prepare. It's like prescriptive curriculum. We give them, we feed them a lot of subjects and activities, as if that we try to mold, to create them what we want to have. And we see the students here are so good at academic. They are active in campus, but when they graduate from the university, they become nothing. They can't apply what they have learned in their university. So it means in this case that the student here is so smart, is so good at swimming in campus. They know a lot about the life in campus, but when they come out from campus, I mean, they live in society, they don't understand what to do. They don't know what to do, and they become jobless. So that's what I call by this swimming in the swimming pool versus swimming in the sea of life, I mean. Now we come to the next. The Campus Merdeka, a national policy. I think Brother Abdul Ghafur from Yayan, Palu, and also his colleague Ibu Santiana have talked about this point. So first of all, I would like to talk about 4.0 disruptive era. I mean, change or to be left behind. So change is a must in today's life. So change is a must. University, the students, the managers of the university, everyone should change from what we have done so far, change to be better, to be faster, to be more efficient, to be more effective, and to be more and more. I mean, point to be better. This is the point of 4.0 disruptive era, because the situation is not the same as what we have today, like the evolution of handphone, the evolution of Toyota, the evolution of education, traditional and modern. this is totally different. So that's why we should change. Okay, the ministry here, I think, take that part. I mean, ministry here want to make a change in the national, education. I mean, he tried to formulate a concept that can make, university, can make students, can make school, run faster than before, run more efficient than before, run more effectively than before. So Ministry of Education here address the change of the era. I think Brother Abdul Ghaffur has talked about for concept here. I don't need to talk about this anymore. So my question is, why is it stated as a national policy? Why should we go with the policy made by the Minister of Education? Well, the first point is because it is a global demand. You know, life changes, everyone changes, the world changes. And so that's why if we want to go with the global demand, we should change as well. And the second is the graduates are not ready for work. I think I got this statement from Pak Menteri stating that the graduates from university, especially, they are not ready for work. Well, the unreadiness here is not about academic, but the unreadiness here is about how to, have cooperation with a team, how to be smart at managing like digital technology in company. They're not ready for it. And one of indicator also that the students are not ready for work because the student here are have got low confidence. They are difficult to make decision. They are afraid of making decision. And the next point is providing students to meet their real passion. Many students take study program in campus because they go with their parents want. Like for example, in my campus here, my brother-in-law taking Quran IQT, but basically he's not really good at that point. So he wants to study something different, like technology, like technique, something like that. How to repair handphone, motorcycle, something like that. So technical activities. In the first semester, he's okay, but then when he comes to the fifth semester, he's focusing on on his study program. So he is getting confused in enjoying the series of learning activities. So by having Campus Merdeka here, so campus can provide the students to meet their real passion, because 2 semesters they can study outside their prodi, outside their campus. They can do many things. And the next point is mismatching between campus and workplace. I think it is commonly agreed by us that what we have in campus here is quite really different from what we have in a workplace. I think everybody knows about this point. So in campus, too much theories, but in workplace, it's about practice. And sometimes practical activities is really far different from the theory. So the next point, the strength. I would like to talk about the strength of Campus Merdeka. The first point is academic freedom. It is in line with our Act number 12 to 2012, talking about academic freedom. I think it's a good point, because by having Campus Merdeka, so the university can decide what they want to give to the students. And the second point is academic autonomy in campus. Okay, academic autonomy in campus here means by having Campus Merdeka here, so government give autonomy to the campus to decide and to determine what kind of things to prepare to, for the students. And the third point is the goal of education here is to free human, like what it is said by Ki Hajar Dewantara, that the goal of education here is to free human, not to restrict human. So human, students should be free from what they want to learn, and students should be facilitated to get, to get what they want to have. And the next point is students centered learning activities outside campus. There are 8 activities like a student exchange. My campus can be exchanged. Students in my campus can be exchanged to the students in Yayan Loksmawe, something like that, or in Malaysia, so they can learn what they have in there. In Aceh, in Malaysia, and Malaysian students can learn what we have here in Madura. And internship here also teaching assistants, so we can invite students to be teacher assistants, and doing research collaborative with lecturer or with students from other universities. And humanity project, entrepreneurship, independent project, developing village through KKN thematic. So I think our government has opened the door to make our own campus, make cooperation with other campuses to have a better progress. Okay.
Mr. Abdul Wafi, can you
Yes,
ask, because your time is still just 2 minutes more.
you got 20 minutes. You said 20 minutes. Is it 20 minutes?
Yes, which, yeah, almost.
Yes. You.
All right.
Because you said I have 20 minutes, so I enjoy my time.
Yeah.
Okay, I can make it very fast because I should change.
All
Okay, higher education. What? So you can read this. Okay, higher education is education at higher level than education in school education. So this is in line with our regulation number 30, 1990. Okay, the goal is to prepare students to become members of the community who have academic and professional skills. Point B, can apply, develop, and create science, technology, and the arts. So higher education students here, by having education in higher education, so they can be ready to become a member of the community who have academic and professional skills. They can work in a in a workplace. They can be like a leadership. They can be a leader in their community, and they can apply, develop, create science. So they can what they have, the theory what they have in the campus, they can develop it into a better a better science and better knowledge. The goal is to develop and disseminate science, technology, arts, and to optimize their use for improving society's living standard, for enriching national culture. So the goal of the higher education here is to improve society's living standards. It means university student also is the agent of social change and the agent of enriching the national culture. Okay, so next, higher education. How should students be prepared? So because my topic is about how should higher education prepare? So there are 2 points here. The first is preparing the students, and the second, preparing the institution. For preparing the students here, the first, we can prepare our students by having life-based learning. Learning from life, learning through life, and learning for life. So I think learning and teaching in the classroom, I think it's not good anymore for today's for nowadays era. So students can learn from life. The student can find out what they can learn. I mean, for their life in their environment, in their community. They can have everything in life, so that they can learn about it. For example, in studying English. So teaching students in classroom only, this is not good. So we can let the students to talk to foreigners, to have online discussion with foreigners. So I think it's better for them because it's a life-based learning. And the second is the 21st century skill. So we should prepare the students to have this. The first is critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration. And I want to highlight in communication here, students should be prepared in English proficiency, because English nowadays is used, is getting more and more people use English for international communication. And the next point is, what should we prepare, the students here, digital literacy. I think if we see our students, I think they only enjoy the digital devices, like using TikTok. But the use of TikTok here is only for enjoyment. They don't use it for like positive activities, like getting money from that, for example. So I think many of our students are not literate enough in terms of using the digital. Okay, now if just now I talk about what should we prepare the students, and the second now, higher education, how should the institution be prepared? Now we come to the institution. How to survive, for example, our campus. I think if I see my campus during the pandemic, my campus here, like the building is so bristling and huge and large. Before the pandemic here, there are a lot of students come and back to campus. But after after the pandemic here, in the time of pandemic, so my campus here is totally empty. I found a question. Wow, I think the next time we don't need building. I think the next time the large building, big building here, it's not our necessary anymore. So from this, how can the institution survive if we, for example, next time we can have such a situation? We have like today's situation. We don't need to have a face-to-face interaction in classroom, and then we can conduct the learning via Zoom, something like that. So the building is not necessary anymore. So what should we prepare here? The institution. The first I see from the marketing mix, the 7P here: product, promotion, price, place, people, process, and physical evidence. Well, the history of marketing mix here. Marketing mix here is the set of actions or tactics that a company uses to promote its brand or product in the market. Okay, so marketing mix here is the sets of action. I mean, there are activities that we can do to promote our product. For example, if we want to promote our product, like our campus, for example, so we can use
Mr.
the
Abdi?
yes.
Sorry, the time is over.
1 minute or 2 minutes.
Almost yeah, the term is over actually, but I think you can read the conclusion or at the end of the presentation before
Okay.
going to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Okay, so let me finish just 1 minute. It's okay?
Okay, it's okay, quite okay.
Okay, so I think this is the history of marketing mix. Now here, the explanation of product here. If our education means we have services here. And price, place, I think it's clear enough. But what I want to say to you all that product that we should change, I think here the product should be designed to meet today's needs. So we should make like market research. And the second, that the price should be made as cheap and efficient as possible. So expensive cost for nowadays is not really good to have to run the education. The place here is easy to access and constant the convenience, classroom, the office. So try to make the students feel comfortable to have to enjoy the place that we are having. The promotion should use digital technology. I think this one. The people should be professional. I mean, officer and blah, blah, blah should be professional. The process should be made as fast and effective as possible. I think 4 years for S1, it is not good anymore. So we can have 2 years, it's okay. 1 year, it's okay. Okay, so this is the conclusion. Era 4.0, this is the disruption, and then it's a must. So everything fast, easy, and efficient. So change is a must, and we should go with this point. Fast, easy, and efficient. Our education should be fast, easy, and efficient. The Campus Merdeka here prepare the students to be skillful at swimming in the sea of life, prepare the institution to be the sea of life. And last, okay, pursuing the happiness. Why we do this? Because we pursue the happiness. We would like to make the students happy. We would like to make the people in campus are happy. As a Muslim, our happiness is not only in the world, but in hereafter. Thank you very much for listening to my explanation.
Thank you very much for Mr. Abdul Wafi, MPD from IAIN Madura. I'm sorry, Lester, because of the time, so we must disrupt you.
Okay.
During the presentation, yeah.
No problem.
I think for the Q&A session, I will choose one question.
Moderator, there have no question to Mr. Wafi.
Yes, we have from the. I think I would like to choose from Abdul Ghafur, isn't it?
Yes. Now,
or do you want to choose which one the question that you want to answer?
Lilis Mariasi from Mr. Lilis Mariasi. I think
okay.
For Mr. Abdul Ghafur Marzuki is just a comment. I think.
Okay, we will
Lilis Mariasi.
The question from Dr. Lilis Mariasi. Yes. All right. Mr. Abdul Wafi, marketing mix for Campus Merdeka is very difficult. Apply in a region that have lake source. So what we must to do to face that problem?
Okay.
Okay.
So the question from
Dr. Lilis Mariasi.
Okay, marketing mix for Campus Merdeka, it's very difficult applied in region that have like source. So what we must do?
We must do, yeah.
Okay, so when we take something difficult, so it will make our brain and our patient stop working or getting slow in finding solution. But if we take something new or something new or new policy here as a challenge, so we can have motivation and passion to find solution. So if you think that marketing mix here is difficult to do in some regions, so it means you cut yourself to find out the solution. But if you think that the marketing mix here is a challenge to practice in some regions, so you will have motivation to find the solution. Okay, here is the example. We see from marketing mix, we have people. I want to focus, I want to highlight from people. The people, let's say in some regions, the people are not digitally literate. The second, the people are not good at English, skill, for example. If we see that it is a difficulty, so we will be difficult to find the solution. But if we think that it is a challenge, so there are a lot of ways to improve the people's English proficiency skill. Let's say the first we can watch, YouTube, English, talking about English, and the second we can improve our English by inviting teacher or trainer if the people in that region, no one is able to speak English, so you can invite from other regions. Still, if you can't do that, if you don't have money, for example, if you don't have any cost, so there are a lot of things to do. The main point, as long as we have got patience, we have got dreams, so we still have we surely find the way how to improve the people. That's related to the people. If we see again from promotion, for example, promotion. In some regions, it's difficult to have internet connection access. So everything should be traditional, like making a flyer, for example. But nowadays, I think WhatsApp, everyone has got WhatsApp, for example. So we can make promotion via WhatsApp. I think it's a good point. If you just have WhatsApp, so it's okay for you to maximize the use of WhatsApp for promoting your school or your institution. The main point, we try to change, try to find something different from what we have done so far. We try to make try to make something better, faster, more efficient, and more effective. So I think that's it. So please take the difficulty not as difficulty, but a challenge that can challenge us, that can promote and boost our motivation to find out the solution. So I think that's all for my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Wafi.
You're welcome.
In Madura. In the closing session, do you want to another else about maybe the suggestion or maybe your recommendation? What else in one?
Okay, I have my my favorite quotation I want to share for a while. I think here. Can you see my slide here?
Not yet, Mr. All right.
Okay. Here, you see my slide here?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So I love this. I love this quotes. I don't know exactly where I have this, but I got this this quote when I was firstly joining my master program in UM. My professor said that we cannot be so scientific where humans become our primary concern. So as long as it is about human life, so please cast away the ideal form. You don't need to take a long time to help people when by having rope or something. You try to find as fast as possible to save their life, no matter what happened. So don't be too scientific. No matter how we are professor or doctor or magister, but if it is talking about someone's life, we try to cast away those points. We are human, and we help human under humanity. If we do a thing by heart, it will touch the heart. So I think that's all.
Thank you very much for Mr. Abdul Wafi Madura. And I have the some notes, and I would like to conclude your presentation. Campus Merdeka is one of national policy for education and learning process, and therefore we need to change or we will leave behind. And in order to reach the goal of the education in this era, consequently, students must be prepared themselves about the life-based learning, and the student must to have a good critical thinking, and the student must have a good creativity, and also student must to have a good ability and skill in this era 4.0. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Wafi, for your
welcome.
Very awesome presentation. And because of the time, we must to end the session, and we move to the another presenter. Thank you very much. We hope we meet again in the another international conference. Okay, Host, is it okay to continue for the next
Yes,
presentation?
yes. We can go to Mr. Ferguson. Wait a minute. I want to unmute her voice.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson. Hello, Dr. Ferguson.
Yes,
Are you
yes.
there?
Yeah, I'm
Hello.
here. I'm
Hello,
here.
doctor.
Hello.
How are you today? It's so
Fine, fine. It's fine.
okay.
Hope you're all fine. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
I'm fine too. Is your time now? Okay, sir. I'm sorry because we got a running out for
Oh,
a
it's okay.
schedule.
It's okay.
It's
It's
okay.
okay. We have another
Okay.
class, but no, fine.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
So shall I start?
Yes. Yeah. You can start. Okay. The first the moderator gonna write your biography first. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you, host, for I will hand over the event. Uh, how are you, as Professor Farjesi?
Hi. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Can you turn on your video
Yeah, I've turned
already? All
my
right.
video is on.
Now
Yes.
I can see you, Prof.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. How are you?
Fine, fine, ma'am. And you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I've been listening to a few presentations too.
Yeah,
Great.
thank you very much. And without wasting our time, I will read your biography to all the participants today. Model operator, can you share the Prof. Fardesi? All right. Wait a minute. Okay, all ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce you about our third presenter today. His name is Associate Professor Dr. Ki J. Farjesi. And he is an associate professor of English at Christ College, Irin Jalakuda, affiliated to the University of Calicut, Kerala, India. He is an MA in English language and literature and has a degree in education. His doctoral degree is in English language teaching through information communication technology. He has two postgraduate diploma to his credit, one in journalism and the other one in English language teaching. He has presented papers in national and international seminars in India and abroad and published papers in international research journals. He is also a resource person for conference on ICT applied language teaching. He is a visiting faculty to state and national teacher trainer training institute and universities. He is an advisor and consultant of Digital Language Lab. He was the chairman of Board of Studies in Functional English at the University of Calicut and a member of Faculty of Language and Literature. He is a member of doctoral committees in several universities and a PhD adjudicator in 5 universities in India. His areas of interest are technology in education, NLP, and language and technology. Wow, very awesome biography, Prof. Are you ready to share your PowerPoint? We couldn't hear your voice. Operator, can you unmute the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I can hear your voice.
Yes.
Prof, before we start your presentation, I must to again remember you that you have 20 minutes to present your presentation, and we will continue in 5 minutes to Q&A session. Is it quite okay for you, Prof?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Now you can
That's
go
fine.
on. Okay, the virtual times and place is yours, are yours. Please welcome.
Thank you. So at the outset, I would like to thank you everyone. Okay, the university, the wonderful host, and everyone for inviting me for sharing. Okay, it is often said that sharing is caring nowadays. Now, what I would like to talk to you about is about the digital transformation of education these days and what are the difficulties often teachers and students face, and what would equip us in a better way to face all these different difficulties, because we are in a new normal. Okay, things have changed. So my presentation will concentrate on that and the general aspects of digital transformation of education. With this, I'll start my screen sharing. I think you can see it now. Okay. See, the screen is visible, ma'am. Yes. So it's hello, ma'am. You can see the screen, right?
You can see your presentation.
Okay. So digital transformation of education in the new normal scenario is the topic of my presentation. And here, when we think of digital transformation, from admissions to even the exams and results, now things have changed a lot. But what would be the new normal situation where we can go for a kind of blended teaching learning process? And who effected this transformation of education? I should say, especially in India, all educational agencies were trying very hard to implement it, but at last COVID-19, the pandemic has implemented digital transformation of education. We are having even our admissions. So when we think of digital transformation of education, education, as we know, is the process of facilitating learning or the acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits. And digital transformation means transforming an organization's core business to better meet customer needs by leveraging technology and data. Using maximum of technology and data, we are in fact making the core business of any organization digital. In education, that the target customer, of course, are students, and though it could be also the faculty, staff, alumni, and others. So the whole education scenario is now has been changed into digital. And I would say transition from, this is a symbolic representation of transition from physical to digital, transition from physical to digital, maybe from the slate, okay, to the digital pad. And when we think of digital transformation, and it is aimed at transforming student experience. Okay, so when we, especially because students are the stakeholders, so naturally when we speak of digital transformation, it is aimed at transforming the experience of the students, and it includes recruiting students digitally using social media and text messaging as a part of data-driven decision process, allowing students to register via their mobile phones or scalable cloud-based information systems, providing a variety of online learning options so students have enough courses to choose from at the key points in their academic career, working with faculty and programs to convert courses to flipped and blended models, using technology to monitor student progress and success metrics and execute intervention protocols, and partnering with industry to provide digital badges and certificates to enhance career opportunities. So these are, in a way, what the digital transformation aims at. And as I mentioned, who led the digital transformation? See, these are the leading educational agencies, higher educational agencies like UGC, University Grants Commission, Ministry of Human Resources and Development. But it is not these two, but in fact, COVID has what I call led the transformation, digital transformation of education. So when we think of COVID, let's see what are the influences of COVID on education specifically. There is, of course, a positive and negative influences. And the positive outlook is opening new avenues in the field of education. And a lot of new avenues have been opened in the field of education, both for teachers and students, paving way for learning new resources. And I'm sure that many of the teachers were introduced to the latest resources because of this COVID. The pandemic, giving an opportunity to experience new technology interventions. I'm sure a lot of new technology interventions has been experienced by both students and teachers these days, okay, in all the subjects. enabling learning of new skill sets. We need to learn, new skill set too in order to, meet the demands of this, era of the situation, reinforcing the need for continuous learning. And another, instead of classroom learning or learning till a particular period, we are giving more importance to a kind of, learning, the need for continuous learning, creating a totally new education vertical where students from different groups, different ages are put together to teach. So these are the positive outlooks. But of course, there are negative influences of COVID, as we know, closure of institutions remain closed, increasing compulsive use of electronic devices, whether you like it or not. You are forced to, you are forced to make use of all these electronic devices. Effect on general well-being is there. Okay, we are also worried about our well-being. Social disengagement is there. We cannot socialize as we have been doing before. Denial of extracurricular activities. See, in our university, we have started an online arts festival, and it's going on well. Okay, so extracurricular activities are also denied. Exposure and experience are limited. Teacher and student disconnect is there. Okay, because we are not meeting them physically or personally in our classrooms. We are meeting them online. Challenges in sustaining relationship is in there. See, there are a lot of challenges as far as relationships are concerned, creating sense of insecurity and uncertainty. There is the sense of insecurity and uncertainty prevailing in the AM. So naturally, these are negative influences, but positive influences and positive outlooks are many because of this COVID. And then another important aspect of this is there are a lot of reasons for student disengagement. Okay, so when as teachers, we need to know what are the reasons for disengagement, and we should know how to address this disengagement, especially in the new normal era. So the one is ineffectiveness of virtual classrooms and learning outcomes. People think that, virtual classrooms are quite ineffective. And even teachers and students often think that is just because as far as the students are concerned, it is teacher taught mindset. But still, often students think, though they are digital natives, students think that the teaching learning can take place only in the classrooms because they have this teacher taught mindset. Whereas teachers also think that they have to go to the classrooms to teach them. So that mindset will have to be changed. Another one is limitation of interaction. Okay, interaction to a certain extent, because we are very, very comfortable with physical interactions, but these kind of virtual interactions are a bit limited because we are used to the other one. Absence of community feeling and class atmosphere. That is another reason. There is community feeling and class atmosphere. That's absent. Sense of isolation. Each one is at home. Okay, they are not in a position to come to universities and colleges. Another important aspect of student disengagement is unconducive home environment. Home environment is also quite, not conducive. Okay, many homes. Then there are other challenges of technological glitches, technical glitches like bandwidth, a laptop desktop capability, inadequacy of resources, then requirement for more than one laptop. Okay, now if the teachers, if there are many kids at home, they need different gadgets to attend the class at the same time. Weather is a problem. Then power situation is also often problem. There's power failure sometimes. We cannot engage in this. So lack of individual attention is there. Teacher learner responsiveness is also not there. Computer fatigue, when we are exposed ourselves to the screen for a very long time, we get tired. Then the content conflict, when it comes especially through these gadgets, especially through screen. See, the content conflict will also be when it comes one after the other, because both teachers and students are not that used to it. So how to address these student concerns? And in order to address these student concerns, especially in the new normal scenario, we need to prepare students for the change. They will undergo by induction programs. We are often having it. Admissions are now on, and we are having induction programs both for students and teachers to face the situation. Okay, another one is don't force, compel, or pressurize by overloading academic sessions. It's important. Okay, we should give enough breaks for them. and it should not be overcrowded. Another one is readjust pace of teaching. The pace of teaching will have to be also readjusted to meet the situation, to avoid content conflict. Another one is create student familiarity by facilitating face-to-face online ice-breaking interactions. It's better to have using low tech, what do you call, technologies, maybe like WhatsApp. You can have a kind of face-to-face online ice-breaking interactions, and if need be, shorten class duration. Okay, if you are giving 1 hour class, let it be shortened to half an hour and give extended breaks in between the sessions. Another one is to clear inhibitions and anxiety. Create small group mentorship sessions. You can have small groups called and you can mentor them to face the situation. Use of social media like WhatsApp, as I said, for informal interaction and sometimes offline with faculty, so that students are taken into consideration. We can win their minds. Another one is enhance faculty role in the classroom. Okay, from fire and forget to guide and mentor. In the classrooms, often our attitude was fire and forget. Okay, we used to give class from the very beginning till the end, but let's concentrate on guiding and mentoring in the new normal. So the impact of ICT or the latest technologies on teaching learning is the way the teachers teach. See, there should be a paradigm shift. There should be a shift. There should be a change in the way teachers teach and the way students learn. So the role of teachers and students will have to be changed in the new normal, especially in the online classrooms. Okay, so there is a shift from knowledge transmitter. See, most of the teachers were knowledge transmitters and primary source of information in the face-to-face classroom. From that to a learning facilitator. Teacher has to be a learning facilitator, a collaborator, a coach, a knowledge navigator, and a co-learner. See, there's a big shift. A big shift, a big change from the knowledge transmitter to a learning facilitator, a collaborator. We'll have to collaborate with others. A coach. Coach is from, often when we think of teacher, teacher is a person who always dwells in the thinking domain, whereas a coach is a person who always dwells in the feeling domain. So the coach
Hello, Mr. Farkisi. Hello, sir. Are you there? Oh, I think Mr. Farkisi, his connection unstable. Okay, we can go to our speaker next. Ms. Trinadila, can you hear me? Ms. Nadila, Trinadila? Ms. Trinadila?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because Sir Farkisi, I mean, because Sir Farkisi, he have he connection is unstable, and Miss Fifi is have emergency condition. Can you take over to be moderator?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so you can go to our speaker is Mr. Sharif, I think.
Okay.
While I'm call Mr. Fargisi.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Okay, everyone. So next, let's invite the next speaker. Professor Dr. Sharif Mohammed Ismail. Prof, can you hear me?
Wait a minute, I will unmute her sound. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Oh, I think it's not in there too. Okay, co-host, maybe you can show our regional video, regional dance. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum ya baru tabang tambang kaki aja Assalamualaikum ya baru tabang tambang kaki
Hello.
Hello sir, wait a minute. Hello sir, wait a minute. Ini matikan video ini. Okay, hello, Miss Sir Fargise is can join with us now. Okay, sir, can you go ahead your
Yes, yes, yes.
presentation? I think you have
Yeah, in between it was interrupted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Oh, okay. So that's it. So in the middle, this was. Did you see this, ma'am? I've been explaining regarding
Yes.
the flipped classrooms. Hope
Yes,
you.
yes, yes.
Yes. This was where I think I lost my connection.
It's
Yes.
okay, sir.
Yeah, okay. So I was
Yes,
trying to tell you
go
that
ahead, sir.
in the new normal, I mean, out of
Yes.
the classroom. Okay, in the classroom, understanding and remembering. Okay, this was in the traditional classroom situation. Was we made them understand and remember. Okay, those cognitive levels were met with. Okay, during the class hours and out of the classroom. See, and applying, analyzing, evaluating, creating, etc. The higher cognitive levels were not often met with. But in the new normal, in the flipped classrooms, out of the classroom, remembering and understanding. And then, say, in the classroom, okay, when, of course, when we have to, keep the social distancing and protocol, students may be coming to the classes in shifts. Then we will give the classes, okay, in the online mode. That is, remembering and understanding will be taken care of, and the little time that we get will be used for applying, analyzing, and evaluating and creating in the classroom. So this is the concept of flipped classrooms, which will be very normal maybe in the post-COVID era, in the new normal situation. Now, I was just mentioning about the technological pedagogical content knowledge which each and every educator should possess in order to meet the demands of the new normal situation, the post-COVID. That is, see, of the content knowledge, of course, we are well aware of what we know, but I mean, the content side of it. Pedagogical knowledge too. See, we might have attended what educational programs and educational courses, but regarding the technological knowledge, maybe the latest technologies, maybe some maybe new to us. So we need to acquire that too. And only when it is only these three domains happily blend, we will have, we can say that we possess technological pedagogical content knowledge, that is TPAC, in order to face the new situation, so that we will know how to use the content and the right pedagogy and the right technology in our teaching learning process. Okay, so it doesn't mean that by the time, so this is just the position of an educator, a teacher. So we will have to need the skill sets. We should know the skill sets for 21st century, building a new paradigm. As I said, a paradigm shift is happening. So the web access is a must. Then creating and creative and publishing. Now, information management, we should know how to, and thinking pedagogy, that's very important. And the proper learning environment which is congenial for teaching learning process in the new normal. Okay, but this doesn't mean that we need to have all different technologies. That's it. Okay, so it doesn't matter how many resources you have. If you don't know how to use them, it will never be enough. So that's it. So we may have different resources, but we should know, more than a lot of resources, instead of hunting for a lot of tools, let us use the available technologies, okay, which are available both to students and teachers, because we have the digital divide. We have digital haves and have nots. So with whatever technologies are available, let's try to reach our students and teach them. So it will be like this. If you know the technologies, naturally it will be very easy to use them. We should know the pedagogical and also the technological aspects of the content that we are going to teach. So what I would like to tell all the educators who are attending this conference is, using technology successfully in the classroom is a mindset, not a skill set. It's a mindset. Okay, so we need to have that mindset, both students and teachers. Then we can very successfully implement the latest technologies into our teaching learning process. So it is not hardware or software that matters. We have that in plenty, hardware and software, but it is a humanware that matters. Humanware. And what is humanware? Humanware is the individual teacher's ability to organize, to plan different courses with available technologies, with the right pedagogy. So we need to understand the right pedagogical aspects of different technologies and use them effectively in our teaching learning process. So all what we need is a mindset and the humanware for this purpose. So to wind up, this is my last slide. See, what changes have come over to different people during the COVID times? Who have you become? Okay, who you became during COVID-19? I'm sure even 50% all over the world are afraid. And what they do is they grab toilet papers and hide. Okay, you might have seen it in European countries. Complain about having to sit on your ass. Okay, complaining and grumbling that you have nothing to do, you cannot do anything, everything is going wrong. Yeah, and complaining often is this not over yet, this pandemic. Sleep until 12 to 14 hours every day, telling that there is nothing much to do. That is a 50%. But 40%, let me tell you, use the time they are in the learning phase, that using the time to learn new things, find ways to stay productive, give up what you can't control, because pandemic till the vaccine is invented, we cannot control. We can control by social distancing and staying at home, wearing masks. Take actions with your extra time. Live in the present, not in the future. Okay, let's live in the present. Work hard. They are working hard, 40%. But let me tell you, 10% have entered the growth phase. 10%, only 10%. And what are they doing? Plant the seed for something amazing. They are doing that. Identify this time as potentially life altering, and then use the time to build something that will have value for the rest of our lives. Okay, through the webinars, through online programs, through other courses. Become mentally tough, become great at time management, develop major skill sets which is needed for this new normal era, change our life and work smart. So the 40% in the learning phase are working hard, but the 10% in the growth phase are working smart. So we need to work smart than work hard in order to face the situation. Okay, so one needs to do smart work rather than hard work. See the old story of crow, which putting the stone into the water, when the water level came up, it drank. That is hard work. But we need to have smart work. We have the latest technologies, online classes. Okay, and if we can use them effectively in our teaching learning process, we can do this smart work, and let's be smart. So I wish everyone smart teaching and learning. Thank you very much. Smart teaching and learning for everyone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for GC. Yeah, it's nice presentation. Although that there is something connection unstable, yeah, but show must go on, isn't it?
Yes, that's it.
Yes. Okay.
Unhelpful.
So we can take all that chat box before.
Yes,
Yes.
moderator,
Mhm.
there don't have a question to Mr. Fargisi. Maybe you can make a conclusion and go ahead with our next speaker, Professor
Okay,
Sharif.
sure,
Okay.
sure, sure.
Thank you
Okay.
so much, Mr.
Thank
Fargisi.
you, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I want to take some conclude. Yeah. Why you becoming during COVID is like growth and identify this time as potentially life learning, and then learning use the time to learn new things, and we must do smart work rather than hard work. Thank you so much. Nice your presentation, Dr. Kiji for JC.
Thank you.
Okay, see you next time, inshallah.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next, let's invite the Dr. Sharif Muhammad A. Ismail, BSc, MSc, MBA, PhD, PMB, Dean of Egyptian Germany Academy, Egypt. Sir, can you hear me? Dr. Sharif. Okay. Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I can.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, before we started, let me read your biography before.
Yeah, but excuse me, let me share my presentation also.
Okay. Associate Prof. Dr. Sharif Muhammad Ismail, BSc, MSc, MBA, PhD, PMP, Dean of Egyptian Germany Academy, Egypt. Dr. Ismail has a strong background in the theoretical and practical aspect of management information system. He received his undergraduate degree in computer science from Sham University, Egypt, and MS in software engineering, as well as MBA. He received his PhD in management information system. His theoretical background was developed and sharpened by acquiring two postgraduate degree in the field and attending a series of professional training courses offered by internationally renowned training providers. He was previously appointed as senior lecturer at University of Health, assistant professor at University of Dammam, assistant professor at Al-Qura University, and senior lecturer at American University. His research lies mainly in the EL, natural language processing, knowledge management, and sentiment analysis. His work as developer, designer analysis, project manager, and quality expert gave him an extensive experience in the software industry. To complement this theoretical background and augment his credential as a software engineering professional. For over 20 years in the field, Dr. Ismail worked and provided consultations locally and regionally in software development, software design, research, software process improvement, and managerial training.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
Dr. Sharif Mohammed.
Yeah.
Okay,
Could
sir?
you please allow me to share my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay, time is yours, sir.
great. Just a minute.
20.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, yes?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Pardon, sir?
Yes, we can hear you. But
I can see yours.
but we cannot see your PowerPoint, sir. Hello, Professor Sharif, are you there? Hello, moderator.
Yes.
Professor Sharif has connection unstable. Maybe we can go to Mr. Amir Abbas. Are you there?
Amir Abbas, are you there, Mr. Amir Abbas from Pakistan?
Yes, I'm here.
Maybe
Okay.
you can take time for Mr. Sharif because Mr. Sharif have unstable connection.
Okay, let me share my screen with you.
Yes.
Okay. Sir?
Is it visible?
It's working, still working.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sir? Okay, Dr. Amir, can I read your biography before?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. I think that I read by myself. Yeah, host.
Yes, yes, you write by yourself because Mr. Amir Abbas have
Okay.
started her screen.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, I want to read the biography of Dr. Amir Abbas, Director, Quality Enhancement Cell, University of South Asia, Lahore, Pakistan. Amir is a passionate and self-motivated quality assurance professional in higher education who takes pride in improving the educational system through excellence in documentation, accreditation, promoting quality practice, and establishing linkage within academia and also with industry so that 330-degree transformation can be ensured in university operation. His clarity of purpose and knowledge differentiate him from others and present him as professional to make path-breaking contribution in the present landscape of higher education in Pakistan. He is also a teacher and researcher and improved the life of his students for teaching excellence, skill development, and character transformation. He is the practitioner of modern pedagogy in classroom and strategic thinker with respect to contemporary curriculum development. He has trained thousands of students and corporate professionals in the last 10 years. Okay, Mr. Dr. Amir Abbas, time is yours, please.
So thank you very much. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you very much to the organizers of this international conference for having me as a invited speaker. Today I will be discussing a very important and evergreen topic in academia, that is quality and universities are beleaguered and equivocal. When we talk about beleaguered, we are talking about the complexity and the element of stress. And equivocality, we all know, is something that is open to different interpretations. So I'm Amir Abbas. I'm Director Quality Enhancement Cell at University of South Asia, Lahore, Pakistan. This will be my outline of presentation. I will introduce the topic and I will also be discussing the fit between quality and education. Why this fit between quality and strong nexus between quality and education is required. I will also be discussing the multidimensional nature of universities, seats of higher learning, and then I will conclude my presentation with some useful tips. The introduction about my article or topic is, we all know that present age is the age of dynamism, where things are moving and changing at a very fast pace. So in this dynamism, we need to create a fit between education and quality. Why this fit between education and quality is required? Because we need to give greater value of money to students and superlative form of empowerment to make the next generation more productive, socially and economically stable and resilient. These are the goals behind this, the motivation of this fit between quality and education. Because
Yeah, I think our speaker
Yes.
so many have connections.
This unstable this connection,
Okay.
yeah.
I will okay. Maybe Krisita, Mr. Krisita.
No. I can see the screen that Mr. Amir Abbas.
Oh, you have can see screen.
Amir Abbas, she's mute.
Okay, I will. Yes.
Let's try
okay.
host.
Yes. I will unmute.
Yep.
Mr. Amir Abbas, are you there?
Yes.
yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Yes.
can hear you
So
very well.
I will share.
Yes.
I will share my screen again.
Yes, you
Is
can.
it visible?
Now we cannot see your screen.
Is it visible?
Yeah, yes, no.
Yes.
My screen is visible. I'm audible.
And here I can see your screen,
There are
sir.
too much noises. I think the host, only the host should speak out. Thank you. So this requirement of delivering best value for money to the students and superlative form of empowerment to the next generation to make the next generation more economically stable and resilient. So that is the essence. That is the requirement. That's why the fit between quality and education is required. Poor quality of education has been associated with and becoming a consistent source of condemnation on universities across the globe. This is not the problem with Pakistani universities or Indian universities or Indonesian universities. This is a global phenomenon nowadays. The reasons behind this poor administration of universities is the capitalist mindset. Universities are also becoming a money-making machines. Despicable understanding about quality standards coupled with implementation issues and high expectations from societies due to the very nature of change catalyst, because universities are playing the role of change catalyst in any country, in any economy. So these burdens, these pressures are exposing and putting universities in difficult situations. So that's the reason I'm saying that universities and quality are beleaguered. They are under stress. They are facing complexity. So in order to understand this complex phenomena, we first need to understand that universities are multidimensional in nature. Some universities are good in academics, some are good in research, some are good in extra and co-curricular activities, some are good in ranking, some are producing Nobel laureates. So all these issues actually making universities multidimensional. So as far as multidimensional nature of universities is concerned, we need to understand this, that universities' role is multidimensional in nature. Some universities are good in ensuring social responsibilities, where their teachers, faculty, and students are engaged in civic movements, civic engagement movements, teaching and pedagogies. This 21st century also requires that teaching and pedagogy should be contemporary, should be modern. And if your teaching pedagogies are not consistent with the modern trends, so you will be losing the competition. So this is another pressure. Another pressure on universities about their repute, their goodwill. If universities want to establish their goodwill, they want to have good governance practices, knowledge discovery. They are not only the knowledge distributors or knowledge consumers. They should produce new knowledge. They should be the creator of new knowledge through research and development. Another challenge would be universities have an extra burden of maintaining a faculty with fine mix of heterogeneous talents. Maintaining, attracting, maintaining, retaining faculty with heterogeneous talents is another issue, is another pressure which is making universities beleaguered and in complex situation. Governance amidst financial and non-financial constraints, limitation is another challenge. And it is also required if you want to ensure quality in universities, your governance, university governance practices should be up to the mark, should be meeting with the international best practices. So you can compete your competitors with good governance practices. And it will also ensure the revival of confidence of your important stakeholders, means your students and their guardians. So quality is important. We are trying to establish a linkage between quality and universities, quality and education. Quality is the only knight in the shining armor. This is a phrase that I have chosen that can protect and nurture, didact a two-way relationship between graduates and their alma mater, the university, the institution. So if you want to ensure a strong bondage between your graduates and alma mater, your university and your graduates, you need to ensure this with the help of quality. And when we talk about quality, quality nowadays is important, especially when you are imparting knowledge, education to Generation Z and Generation Alpha, because needs and demands and the context is different. The context is challenging. And quality is not only limited to one or two domains. It is included in instructions. It is relevant with respect to curriculum. It is also relevant with respect to assessments. So quality in instructions, quality in curriculum, quality in assessments, all these important features of any academic discipline needs that quality should be inculcated. The culture of quality should be inculcated. We need to upgrade our instructions. We need to upgrade our curriculum. Our curriculum should be cutting edge, meeting the demands of the industry. We should impart knowledge. We should develop skills that are relevant, that can ensure the employability of the graduates, as well as we should not compromise on the quality of assessments, because any compromise on the quality of assessments, student assessments, will lead to destruction in this world. You all understand better than me that the importance of assessments is important when we talk about education, when we talk about universities, when we talk about qualifications. So some suggestions: universities need to be student centric. We need to adopt as many as we can best available student-centric practices. For this, we must have academic discipline. Our all programs need to be accredited domestically and globally. We should have program learning outcomes and course learning outcomes. And we should also create a match, a fit between program learning outcomes and course learning outcomes. And outcome-based education, OBE, is the future of education around the globe, across the globe. Another important feature is you should ask question from yourself. Our universities are now creating real Nobel laureates where you are going towards research, because if you are good in research, another point of criticism would be you are only producing publications for academic benefits, for the academic benefits of your faculty. But if your research is not solving the real world problems, then there is a point of criticism on your research. One university is having good portfolio of basic academic research might be criticized on the factor that their portfolio of applied research is weak. So we need to understand this. We need to come up with solutions. Outreach is important. Your students of your local countries as well as the international students. Then comes the accreditations. Accreditations are important because it will give confidence to your stakeholders that your academic programs are meeting the standards of accreditation, are meeting the standards of accreditation bodies. Industry academia linkages is another important factor that will create a fit between quality and education in universities. And last but not the least, I will be focusing on these things are complex, beleaguered, equivocal. So universities are also under a lot of stress. We are condemning universities on the poor quality of education, but we also need to understand that universities are also under stress, also under complexity. So if we want to excel in this 21st century, we need to identify, we need to follow the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle. We need to identify 20% of actions that are bringing 80% of impact, because we cannot change all things at the same time, it will create a change fatigue. It will not create any positive impact. So universities, the management, the administration of universities should sit together. They should identify 20% of their actions that will bring 80% of the results, the impact. So we should always keep in mind the 80-20 rule of Pareto principle. As far as accreditation is concerned, this is just for your information that when we talk about accreditation of academic programs, it is the evaluation of activities of program qualification by specific criteria. First, we need to ensure internal quality assurance, the self-evaluation of our programs, the self-analysis. Then we should go for the external quality assurance. And the external quality assurance is the third party will be validating your program, that this program is meeting these specific standards. So this is accreditation. Internal QA is self-evaluation. External QA is the accreditation. So these things are important. A lot of research and scholarship need to be done under this area so that universities should understand the importance and they should learn from each other. They should learn from the best practices of each other and adopt these best practices in their context, in their universities. So these things are important. The conclusion is, if you want to excel as a seat of higher learning education, we should start thinking to meet and exceed the stated, the implied, and the latent needs of important stakeholder, that is students. So if we are start meeting the stated, implied, and latent needs of our students, that will be the day we are moving in right direction. So if all universities in your country, in my country, across the globe are thinking on the same pattern, are thinking on the same line, are working on the same line, that we should meet the stated, implied, and latent need of customers, of our customers. And in our case, our customers are, the most precious customers are students, with no compromise on the quality of assessments, no compromise on curriculum, no compromise on the quality of instructions. So that's all from my side. I was very specific about my topic. So I'm not basically trying to consume much of your time. If you have any questions, most welcome. Otherwise, I will drop my email in the chat box. If you have further questions, even after this presentation, I will be more than happy to answer all queries and questions. Pleasure to be with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amir Abbas. So nice presentation. Okay, so we can check the chat box. Okay, host, there is question. Host.
My voice was clear, audible during my presentation.
Yes, your voice so
except one
clearly.
Connection drop.
Yes. There the participant doesn't have a question for Mr. Amir Abbas. Maybe participant you want to ask Mr.
Amir
Abbas?
Email address in the chat box.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I will also share this presentation with the conference organizers so that you can share with the participants in due course.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amir Abbas. And if you have a question, you can ask via email, yeah? So I think that we can next speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Amir Abbas. Doctor, are you still there? Okay, I think that
yes, because he have a connection unstable, so
yep.
We can go ahead to Miss Crisita. Mr. Crisita, are you there?
Miss Crisita from Philippines.
Sir Crisita.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Ready?
it's so happy can hear your voice. I think you have this effort in our Zoom. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, moderator, you can go ahead to Mr. Krizita. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for Mr. Krizita.
Okay, next the Krizita. Okay, hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes. How are you?
Doing fine.
Yes, we meet again, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good noon from Indonesia. What about in Philippines?
It's afternoon also. It's 1 hour ahead of your
Yeah.
time zone.
We're not so different, yeah. Only an hour, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Before we started, let me to introduce your biography. Okay. Please, host. Okay, host. So I think that I can read by myself, yeah.
Yes. Yes. Moderator,
Okay.
you can read by yourself because we have unstable connection too. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
We have a problem of our connection. I'm sorry, Miss Krizita. I'm sorry, moderator. I'm sorry for participant too.
Okay. So Miss Christy Zita, MAD, Dr. John Pastor, MSc, HS Department of Education, Batangas Province, Philippines. Dedicated educator with extensive experience developing curriculum and delivering exceptional educational excellence in secondary education. English instruction, teach grammar and literature, and adapt teaching methodology to individual student needs to increase aptitude. Incorporate state-mandated learning requirements into daily education routine. Create detailed lesson and unit plan based on goal setting and observable outcomes. Education leadership skill mentor with success meeting needs of diverse students. Inspire and direct education in reaching high educational standard. Facilitate development of consistent learner outcomes through board attendance and steadfast participation in curricular and extracurricular committees. Classroom management, create equitable, reward-based learning environment while establishing clear expectation for behavior, engage students by fostering autonomy and desire to learn, design interactive lesson plan that utilize multiple modalities to target individual learning gaps and aptitudes. And the last one can string talent for inspiring students to high level of academic success. Dynamic and engaging establish and maintain lasting rapport with instructional assistant and para-educators, teachers, building expectation, and parents. Okay, Mr. Chris Zita, time is yours, please.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chris.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, I will introduce your biography. Chris Zita MED SMRADR, Dr. Juan E. Pastor MHSN, Department of Education, Batangas Provinsi, Philippines. Dedicated educator with extensive experience developing curriculum and delivering exceptional educational excellence in secondary education. English instruction, teach grammar and literature, adapt teaching methodology to individual student needs. To increasing aptitude, incorporate state-mandated learning requirement into daily education routine. Create detailed lesson and unit plan based on goal setting observable outcome. Education leadership, skill mentor with success meeting needs of diverse students, inspire and direct adolescents in reaching its education standard, facilitate development of conscious learning outcome through board attendance and stiffer participation in curricular and extracurricular committee. Classroom management, create equitable, reward-based learning environment while establishing clear expectation for behavior and just student by fostering autonomy and desire to learn, design interactive lesson plan that utilizes multiple modalities to target individual learning gap and aptitude. Key strength, talent for inspiring students to higher level of academic success, dynamic and engineering, establish and maintain lasting rapport with instructional assistant and procedural teaching, building, administration, and parent. Okay, Mr. Chris, the time is yours.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So it is an honor to be one of the keynote speakers again in this virtual international conference organized by, of course, the ASOSIASI DOSEN AKUNTANSI Indonesia Aceh with the theme Higher Education Readiness Towards Independent Learning Policies. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. And of course, I would like to thank Indonesia because this will be my 11th conference in the country. So today my talk will focus on teaching techniques and approaches in distance learning. So we have here two pictures. So as you can see the differences. So the traditional classroom, we have the teacher, the students, the tables and chairs arranged, while in the other picture, you can see there a digital format of educational learning system. So let me start with the question, what is distance learning? Okay, so with the onset of the coronavirus or the coronavirus pandemic, one of the sectors that is deeply affected is education. So people and officials around the world have had to think of ways on how education will continue despite of the presence of the virus having no vaccine or cure. So let us have distance learning so we can be able to analyze if this will be part of the solutions that we are facing nowadays. So according to Britannica Encyclopedia, distance learning is a form of education in which the main elements include physical separation of teachers and students during instruction and the use of various technologies to facilitate student, teacher, and student communication. Likewise, it is a method of studying in which lectures are broadcast or classes are conducted by correspondence over the internet without the students needing to attend a school or college. This is also called distance education. This is also likewise called distance education, e-learning, and online learning. So distance teaching, which is of course considered as the teacher or the teacher's activity, and distance learning, the student's activity, are the two important focuses on distance education. Educators and teachers must be able to maximize the use of technology and be aware of the students' movement to apply different approaches and strategies in online teaching. So what could be the advantages of distance learning? For teachers, of course, it offers the opportunity to think about teaching in new ways. So we will not be closed or adopting the old ones, but we will be utilizing the new practices for different ways, combining the traditional and modern way of teaching. So it will provide us with ideas and techniques to implement in traditional courses. Likewise, it will expand the reach of the curriculum. Instead of only having of course, the students in our classroom, we will be able to at least have a wide reach of our curriculum. So we'll be able to reach more and more students within one sitting. Then of course, for professional satisfaction, we will be satisfied as to what we can still do as a teacher in this COVID pandemic. And likewise, it's for instructor convenience because we don't need to go to physically to schools, but rather we will just be staying at home and be implementing, of course, the different activities or showing the activities to our learners. For the students, of course, it is a student learning or student-centered learning, wherein all of the activities are centered on the students' abilities and skills and needs. Collaborative learning. Students will be able to collaborate even though it's not a face-to-face, but they will be collaborating through the use of different digital materials or different gadgets or digital gadgets. Easy access to global resources, because you will be able to at least have an access of all the different resources through the use of the internet. Experiential learning through multimedia presentations, because you will be adopting or using the different media or multimedia presentations and apps to be able to at least the students be able to present or organize themselves in different aspects of their learning process. Accessible for non-traditional students or those learners which are easy or can easily get the ideas and simple ideas, because this will have they will have the opportunity to at least learn by themselves and progress by themselves. And lastly, draws on student interest in online learning, because nowadays students and learners are more engaged in digital age. So there are challenges involved in distance education. So it is important that teachers use different strategies and techniques in order to overcome challenges and be able to establish a desirable and fruitful online learning experience for both teachers and students. Now, what are we going to do, okay, before our teaching online, or what to do before teaching online? First, we must set up your physical workspace and organize your digital workspace. Okay, so setting up your physical workspace is necessary in order to separate your personal life from your professional work. Although we stay at home, we must have a particular place in our home wherein it feels like you're in the office at your school. And then organize your digital workspace. You have to clear your virtual desktop and get all the icons off the startup menu that makes your system run slower. Then scan paper and documents when possible and place them in folders. And then use clear file names so you can easily retrieve them later. And then get the folders for all the classes or you teach, so you can set up and organize as soon as possible. Archive emails in folders labeled with course name and term. Create your shortcuts on your desktops for programs, folders, and websites you use frequently. Then, of course, you must create your bookmarks for common internet sites for easy access again. And then, of course, the most useful one or useful part is use a calendar with deadlines and note priorities so that you will not get lost with your activities. So it is important that you start organizing your email, as it will be one of the most common goals or tools that you will be using to communicate with your students. And you must also learn to utilize your digital calendar to set a teaching schedule and prepare your online instructional materials. Now, creating your online teaching framework. Okay, lesson planning and curriculum mapping. So you must study the curriculum guide or course syllabus in order for you to be guided on what you should teach and what lessons to be discussed and covered for every term. And likewise, will help you to at least be able to search and put everything or get materials needed for your curriculum or for your lessons. Then, of course, for facilitating the discussion, distance. Then for synchronous, we have the synchronous and the hybrid. So distance learning uses technologies such as the internet to deliver instruction to students who cannot afford to join in physical classroom discussion. So we have the three major parts: the synchronous, asynchronous, and hybrid. So synchronous, we're all aware of this. This is a type of approach that allows the students and their teachers to interact at the same time at their at a specific place or digital space, while a synchronous learning approach provides students some flexibility, as they are the ones to choose when and where to take their assigned courses, subjects, or lessons. While hybrid, of course, it's a combination of the synchronous and asynchronous process or approach, so that it will not be all purely asynchronous or all together, so that when there is problem with the internet connectivity, you can still have your class using the asynchronous approach. Now, how do we keep our students engaged in online learning? Okay, we must first communicate in multiple formats. Okay, so online learning provides lecturers with multiple ways for communicating with students. You can have your class email and discussion forums that will be the standard for communication tools. But don't overlook embedded audio and video. You can also have chat rooms or instant messaging, broadcast, text messaging, and homepage announcement. Okay, you must also provide active learning opportunities. So a common misconception about online learning is that students only sit in front of their computers. That might be true if the course is designed that way. But one way to engage online learners is to get them out of the chairs or beds and get them involved in active learning. Okay. Next, make learning social. Okay. So many lecturers are looking at social media as ways to spice up their courses and engage students in topical learning. You can consider adding a Twitter badge to your course homepage and then using a hashtag to push post with course relevant content to your students' social platform. So this is used effectively and can help with the sense of classroom community among the students and between the student and the lecturer. 4, gamify with badges and certificates. So let's put games. Let's give badges and certificates for the accomplishment of our students so that they will have the interest in learning and continue learning. Then provide timely and useful feedback. So we need to give right on time our feedback so that students will be able to adjust their learning abilities or their learning pace and come up with a useful output at the end. Then add self-assessment opportunities. So assessment is a problem in online learning, but then of course, we need to provide opportunities for self-assessment. So we must allow students to take more responsibility for their own learning. So grading their own discussion posts or providing input for their own grade for course participation can be a more motivating and sometimes humbling experience. So a course-based e-portfolio or learning plan can be used to encourage students to build their own personal learning plans while identifying their preferences for multiple assessment methods. And lastly, improve course accessibility for all. So this last category is not one that is commonly thought about when talking about the importance of student engagement. However, student engagement can be reduced for all when course content is provided in a way that causes problems with web accessibility. So regardless of whether a student relies on assistive technology or not, having course materials that don't create barriers to learning is an ongoing need for students in online education. So taking minor steps toward accessibility improvement of the course materials is a good practice for educators engaged in a frequent periodic basis. So here are the 7 essential strategies for new online distance teachers. Okay, first, let us choose your online teaching platform wisely. It must be accessible, equitable, communicative, monitorable, and sustainable. Of course, accessible, easy for students and parents to use. Equitable, it has printable activities for students without reliable internet or device access. Okay, communicative, so that students can talk directly to you as well as their peers. Okay, and then monitorable so that you can stay informed of student activity and progress using automated reporting, which is very ideal. And then sustainable, your online teaching platform needs to be a realistic long-term solution that doesn't burn you out with undue amounts of time and effort. Now, let's have the learning management system or the LMS. So the LMS or the learning management systems that will be covered by the different uh, management systems provided by different colleges and universities must be curriculum aligned on or must have curriculum aligned online programs. Okay, it must be cloud-based software. So such as you have different platforms using this LMS or the learning management system that will help generate online activities for online learners. We can create a parent-teacher partnership for online teaching. So it is not only the role of the teachers to teach during this time of pandemic, but of course we have the parent teachers or the parents as teachers at home, because they will be the one to assist their children in the learning or the teaching learning process with the help, of course, of the teacher. So you must have actively involve them at the very start of your activity, and then keep them updated of their child's progress too. So, okay, you give them an overview of what content will be covered, a list of clear strategies that parents can use to learning at home, okay, login details and access information for any online teaching tools being used. Then, of course, deliver engaging online teaching content across multiple modes. So you can use scheduled live classes via Zoom or Skype or whatever social media platform that you can use for online teaching. You can use video lectures, which you can download from different websites, depending on the needs or depending on your lesson or topic. Then start a class blog so that they will be able to at least, of course, be able to engage themselves in doing activities and select activities with gamified online learning tools to make them engage and be proactive and not just sitting in front of the monitors. Next, you must structure your online teaching to create a sense of routine. So, of course, create specific places for different learning resources so you will not be get lost. Create a flexible timetable. Of course, this is very important so that you'll be guided of your daily activities and daily routine. Set weekly goals and targets based on your curriculum or your lesson or topic. Then engage with students daily. You have to check them of their whereabouts or how they are doing their daily activities or tasks. Let your students talk to each other. Of course, this is not just the teacher who is talking, and let them also engage or share insights with different activities that they have that they need to do. Okay, so discussion boards and forums are very important so that they will be part of every discussion. There must be live chat for them. Then, of course, using the Zoom or Skype so that they will be at least doing things together with their classmates, not only doing by themselves. Schedule a weekly show and tell of their output or activities that they have done, and then peer review activities so that they will have a total engagement of every activities and be able to see what their peers have done so that they will be able to improve themselves again. Then, of course, we must keep the relationship with our students strong. Okay, so we must upload a daily welcome to class video, record individual student feedback, check in with students who go absent without leave or without notices, share your own experiences, but not totally. But of course, experiences that will help them to at least be guide for them. Keep the tone personable, not a drastic one or a fearful voice. And then finally, of course, be kind to yourself. Online teaching comes with its own challenges. It's easy to feel alienated from your students' learning or to end up answering emails around the clock. Put some strategies in place to support your own well-being. This might be setting office hours for parent and student contact, scheduling a log pastime for the end of the school day, or creating a comfortable working from home space. Sometimes it will feel like you can or you can just do enough, but shake off the self-doubt. Keep being the teacher who listens, guides, and supports. You're needed as much as you ever were. Okay, uh, that's all. Thank you very much. Terima kasih sama-sama.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chris. Yeah, so it's very interesting about this topic because that we as a lecturer or a teacher must be creative in a in the teaching system in era pandemic. I like that your presentation is a part like provide timely and no. Oh, it's game with certificates. The lecture gives certificate to student, isn't it, Mr. Chris?
Yes,
Yes.
a form of reward. So it's a form of badge or recognizing their accomplishments or their effort into a particular
Yes.
activity or a job well done, so that they will be engaged more in doing their activities.
Yeah, sure. Because that I prove it works when we make a certificate to the best the best student in my class that they so happy. So I think that is one of appreciate for the best student, right? So but I want to ask you this about make a learning social. Can you give me some example? What about the make learning social? What is the program or something like what?
Okay, so we all know that teaching is just a matter of teaching our lesson to our students. But of course, socializing, of course, you need to have a few minutes time for asking them of what they have done so far, or asking them to share of what their experiences are. So it's just a matter of chit chat or having a short talk, not connected with the lesson. It's just about asking about their personal lives or their day-to-day routine, so that you'll be able to know that some students may have problems about connectivity, so that you
Yes.
can still improve or make some necessary adjustments, because not all students have the ability, or not all locations are having the same connectivity issues. It's like we are having now. Some of our speakers have technical glitches in terms of presenting.
Yeah, sure. So okay. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I think that no question. Okay,
Yes,
so I think
there doesn't have a question for participant. Maybe you can go ahead to Mr. Professor Sharif.
okay. Once again, terima kasih. Thank you, Mr. Krizita.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay. See you in next time, inshallah. Assalamualaikum. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next speaker, we come back to Dr. Sharif Muhammad Ismail. Dr. Sharif, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm so sorry for this problem for internet connection. Okay.
Okay, it's okay, sir. So, okay, I wrote your biography before, yeah?
Yeah, so I want to share the presentation if you allow me.
Yes. Okay. You can share your presentation, sir.
Yeah.
I will make you to co-host.
Okay.
Wait a minute, please.
Great. Firstly, thank you so much for this kind invitation to participate with all of you. Dear speaker and the participant, I'm honored to be with you. My name is Dr. Sharif Ismail. I'm Associate Professor in Management Information System. I would like to share some thought with you under the title Open Educational Resources and the MOOCs. Actually, during the COVID-19 crisis, countries have implemented a range of measures to curb the educational impact of the pandemic and empowering the usage of artificial intelligence in learning. By the way, that makes the artificial intelligence may replace humans soon in different sectors of industry world. But the education industry faces a unique opportunity. I mean the opportunity to reach out to everyone on the earth and provide them all with access insightful, valuable content. There are three areas: curation, distribution, and consumption, that are all going through a paradigm shift. For example, curation today, all of our educational course material are created by human, but there will be a tipping point by 2030, maybe, occupied by or with artificial intelligence and with unlimited access to powerful cloud computing resources. A curriculum savvy machine will be able to tap into the power of the cloud to create material that based on a wealth of available data. are specifically tailored to the needs, aspiration, and the learning style of each individual student. Regardless conception will be one of the most rapidly changing parts of the learning education. A student will become accustomed to artificial intelligence, avatar, and this will make a powered content, but over time, this technology will give way. The third distribution, over the past 20 years, we have seen a significant change in the way content is distributed. In the past, students had to be in a classroom, but now educational institutions like MIT and Harvard, and even private companies like P&G, General Electric, are offering students from around the world opportunity to attend their own version of massive open online courses. So today our topic is about massive open online courses. Let's start.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just try to move to next slide.
Okay.
Yeah, this is our outline today. I'll try through my session to keep abreast of current ideas of open educational resource, and based on the Prophet Muhammad recommendation, what is little and sufficient is better than what is abundant and negligent. So I try to be short as possible as we can. The first topic will be current evolution in learning. The second one, open educational resources. The third one, MOOC. The last one, instructional design for MOOC. Actually, if we will talk about web evolution, the web evolution always go parallel with the education version. So we can find the web one that was focused on what we call it file server, databases, web research engine, static website. At that time, we found the education version one focus on memorization. After that, the web version 2 appeared and focused on the social. Web includes email, instant messaging, social network. Also, we find that effect and mirror on the educational version 2 that focus on internet enabled the learning and the teaching. After that, education version 3 appeared based on the version of Web 3 that was called as a semantic web that includes semantic research, ontologies, semantic knowledge management, knowledge bases that make education version 3 also aims of or for empowering a student to produce knowledge. Now we are in Web 4 and also education version 4. It is related to industry 4 that focusing on industry development using empowering a student to produce innovative using the artificial intelligence and other modern tools. And this web version 4 ubiquitous web includes semantic agent, ecosystem, automatic intellectual property. All the web version focus on connects knowledge, except the web 4, which focus on content intelligence. If we will talk about current context, we will talk about the 4 C's of community. Actually, the first C, which will be content. Content and the quality content is a great way to attract the people who are needed to form the elusive community that your brand is hoping will to help build. In our case, your courses, your material, how to attract this student or the reader for your ones. When considering community initiatives, there are three questions to ask yourself. Where will the content come from? Does it provide indisputable value? Can a regular flow of quality content be maintained? The second item, context. Context means understanding how to meet people where they are at and serving up the right experience at the right time. Well-designed application and functionality have great opportunity to deliver on context. Context means investing time in knowledge how your user, student will want to engage with their community. The third element, what we call it, connectivity. Now we can use a lot of platform, and this platform will enhance this connectivity, such as customer relationship management, but require people to be minding it. Also, community using software platform, there are a lot of them. Some of them free, some of them paid. The last element, continuity. Actually, communities which thrive often evolve over time to meet the evolving needs of users. Communities need to be flexible to evolve over time while still providing what we call it a valuable and consistent user experience which can be sustained over time. What kind of impact on learning resource and environment? In fact, there are a lot of type of learning, for example, e-learning, m-learning, u-learning. Meaning of e-learning is a term that means something different to almost everyone who uses. Some use that term to refer to packaged content piece and other to technical infrastructures. Some think only of web-based self-study, while other realizes e-learning can encompass real-time learning and collaboration. Almost all agree that e-learning is an effective method that should be blended into a cooperation current learning mix. E-learning refers to the use of internet or wireless technologies to deliver a broad array of training solutions. If we move to m-learning is the idea that a student can learn from any place at any time using a portable learning device. M-learning or mobile learning is any sort of learning that takes advantage of learning opportunities offered by mobile technology. In other words, mobile learning decreases limitation of learning location through the mobility or portable devices. No doubt, learning is convenient in the sense that is accessible from virtually anywhere, which provide access to all different learning material available. The most significant role of ubiquitous computing technologies, what we call it U-learning, is to construct ubiquitous learning environment which enable anyone to learn at any place, anytime. That will move us from multimedia, brought the world into the classroom. Now we talk about smart technology that will bring the classroom to the world. Let's go for this definition about open educational resources. As UNESCO definition, open educational resources are teaching, learning, or research materials that are in the public domain or related with an intellectual property license that allow for free use, adaptation, and distribution. Open educational resource promote sharing and give the teacher or student the possibility to make his or her own version in their own context. Open teaching practice of using technology to open formal university courses for free to enable informal participation by individual, not officially enrolled in the course. There is a principle when we need to deal with open educational resources. This principle we can summarize in 5 steps. Number 1, we talk about reuse. Reuse means use in a wide range. That means the basic level of openness. People are allowed to use all or part the work for their own purposes. For example, download an educational video to watch at a late time. Redistribute means share with other. People can share the work with other. For example, send a digital article by email to colleague. Also, what we call it revise. Revise means adapt. People can adapt, modify, translate, or change the work. For example, take a book written in English and turn it into a Spanish audio book. Remix. Remix means combine 2 or more. Remix, people can take 2 or more existing resources and combine them to create a new resources. For example, take audio lecture from one course and combine with what we call it a slide from another courses to create new derivative work. Retain, make, and own a copy. No digital rights management restriction. The content is yours to keep, whether you are the author, an instructor using the material, or a student. Why OER? What are the benefits of this open educational resource? There are a lot of benefit for learner, for example, teacher for university. So about learner, they can benefit by learning to learn, autonomy in learning, access to various learning resources, acquisition of transversal digital competences, learning from formal, informal learning. Regards to CHA, save time, pedagogical innovation such as a flipped what we call it, the classes. By the way, modern school who flipped their classroom report many benefits. It allows all students to learn at their own pace, as video can be watched again. It's more efficient as a student enter the classroom prepared to contribute. All this benefit we can get from such features. Visibility for learning resources produced, more interaction in teaching. Also, there are a lot of benefit for universities, sharing of learning resource, teaching staff, student, administrative staff, better support for new teacher, visibility and opening of the university on the environment. One of the, what we call it, big revolution from my point of view, what we call it MOOC. MOOC means a massive open online courses, stand for massive open online courses. Actually, the definition of this terminology, a set of classes or plan study on a particular subject, usually leading to an exam or qualification. There are a numerous number of subscriber. Student number can be exceed 100,000. Also, student must register in order to follow the courses. Maintaining the pace and completing the exercise is a crucial element for gaining the certification. So here, the key is the number of students. Also, MOOC is online, meaning that all courses and exercise are organized for delivery on the internet. Exercise, homework, and sometimes even exam are online, lecture at home, and homework in class. These courses are open to one and all, and have no physical limitation because they are completely digitized and accessible over the internet with no barriers. Students all over the world, the registration is free and there are no prerequisites. If we talk about types of courses, lecture, seminar, curriculum, or reading, tutorial, directed individual, laboratory, all these type of courses we can present using MOOC. Also, there are a special case of MOOC if we will present this course for a small private, we call it a SPOOC, small private online courses. That means you can customize for your student for one course or one subject. If we just try to know about the history of MOOC, actually it's a long history. Just I try to summarize in what we call it the beginning, starting of appearing of MOOC was in Canada, connectivist that happened around 2008. After that, 2011, creation of two MOOC platforms, Coursera and edX. The MOOC appears as a course and platform together around 2012. So this was the history of that MOOC. Actually, also, there are two models for MOOC. One we call it as X Learning, stand for Extended Massive Open Online Courses. XMOOC relies on a more traditional model of education based on lecture recorded in videos, and usually is well financed. An advantage of XMOOCs is that they significantly broaden the number of students who can be exposed to university level course, and also based on the traditional way. A lot of student and the teacher until now they prefer the traditional way or traditional model. So this model can support them. The second model, what we call it, connectivist MOOC or CMOOC, emphasizes the connectivist philosophy. It is a social platform for collaboratively sharing and building knowledge within a community of people, rather than being delivered by an individual instructor as in a traditional university courses. CMOOC involve a group of people learning together. CMOOC also often include blogs, learning communities, and social media platforms that contain content and promote interaction. In this environment, participants are all considered teachers and learners, which stand in contrast to what we call it the structure of XMOOCs, where each individual is a student or teacher. Actually, there are a lot of pros for MOOC. For example, free. It's a free. One of the most important factors for a lot of aspiring students is whether or not they can afford the high tuition fees required for embarking on course. With MOOCs, all you need is a PC with an internet connection. Most of the MOOCs don't charge a single penny for their course. Also, one may need to pay a small fee for getting the completion certificate. Also, quality. There are many observers who ask whether MOOC would have been seen as much popular if university like Stanford, Harvard, MIT. Now all these universities offer their courses for free, and anyone can get and register with these courses. Opportunity. A lot of students around the world dream about getting the opportunity to enroll in Lego University, this prestigious university. It's very nice to get or absorb the knowledge from there. No formal requirements. All MOOCs required from a student is connectivity to the internet so that one can access the course material. There is no age bar or formal qualification. Cooperation, also one of the pros. Regarding what we call it the cons of MOOC, no accreditation. Actually, the challenge with MOOC currently is with their non-accreditation. After putting in hard work and effort in completing a course, students don't get academic credit. But to be frank, now they try to solve this problem by what we call it, make a partnership with some university. So this university present their customized courses via Coursera or edX, for example, and the university will accredit the certificate, and the platform like Coursera and edX offer the course. Overcrowding. Overcrowding in every university, faculty to student ratio is an important parameter, and it is used to gauge the level of attention a professor will be able to provide to each student. When there are fewer students in classroom, a professor can work on the strengths and the weaknesses of each student and to provide them with support and motivation. Structure of MOOC makes it impossible for a professor to pay his undivided attention to each single student, because we talk about massive, more than 100,000 of students. So this consider one of the cons. Also, lack of motivation and unreliable grading structure. Some MOOCs exist today under Coursera and edX and Odyssey. This is a very common platform that use or present MOOC. Finally, the topic under instructional design, there are important elements. You have to pay attention with this element when you need to design or create your own MOOC novelty and leverage for previous experience content that it challenges and interest any participant with any level of expertise in a topic, no matter what their previous experience about the topic are. The second element, input from diversity of source, rich amount of sources that come from a diverse perspective to help participants think and develop understanding of the topic. Videos, reading, ebook, movie clips, and a variety of digital materials that can enrich the experience of being informed and learning. The third element, gauge for understanding and the further thinking, self-graded activities that allow participants to check their understanding of the weekly topic or discussion, and at the same time make the participant think deeply about the issues presented in the week. Moreover, motivation for engagement and community learning opportunity. Encourage participants to select the topic within the topic of the class to have their own discussion in the learning hubs. Invite them to use class material to trigger conversations in the learning. The last element, planning for legacy, inspire participants to create digital spaces that will continue the discussion or the information seeking for the topic of the class. Suggest a student to make or to take what they learn and be an agent of a change or discovery in their worlds of work or life. Thank you so much once again, and have a nice time. Okay, I'm ready for any question.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry.
There.
If you could you please repeat again, because I
Yes.
didn't. Yes.
Yep. Okay, sir. We have one question for you. This is from Bu Lilis Mariasi here. Is it about application or online learning, or like what is MOOC? MOOC is application or something what? Hello, sir.
Excuse me, please repeat
Yes.
again. Yeah.
Okay.
The question
MOOC,
is about the MOOC. Is the MOOC application?
yes, MOOC is application or online learning or something like what?
That's great. Actually, MOOC, it's like a strategy or like what we call it, style for present your knowledge and experience using a platform, but for what we call it numerous students, more than 100,000 students. So how to present your material for such huge number of students at the same time. This is the idea. And that gave what we call it the chance for all these students to learn together.
Okay. Because
So, so we can't create or do the MOOC without a platform, because there is no what we call it a normal or traditional platform that can serve all this number of students at the same time. So we need specific platform. This is as a technology style or technology standard, plus the content that will you present under condition, specific condition. You didn't need a prerequisite, you didn't need a specific experience. This is the idea, how to present like this content by this or under subject to this condition. Yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Because that is something I ever heard that MOOC, but exactly what kind of online. So I first time heard from you. So thank you so much for your presentation, sir.
Thank you so much.
How wonderful
nice
to see you.
time. Thank you so much. We'll meet again, inshallah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Next.
We go to Dr. Destiny Carpio. Okay, moderator. Dr. Destiny. Okay, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you so clearly. Okay, thank you so much,
Is it
Dr.
clear?
Destiny. Yes, it's
Yeah,
clear.
It's clear, sir.
Wait,
Okay. Wait a minute, Destiny. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So let's read his biography, Destiny P. Carpio, EHDLT from Philippines, yeah. Literally University of Caloocan City, Philippines. Okay. Can share his biography. Okay, start screening. All right. Destiny PKPAT DLT is a graduate of Doctor of Education major in Educational Leadership National Teachers College, Kuala Lumpur, Manila, 2015
Hello?
until 2000. Hello,
Can you
sir?
hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Is
Sure,
it clear?
I can. Yes, clear. But let me read your biography before we start to discuss. I read your biography. Okay, hello, sir. Okay, let me continue, yeah. Okay, skill proficient in using Filipino and English language in academic and professional purpose, capable of operating computer software such as Microsoft Office and SPSS, adept in writing qualitative and quantitative researches, and other academic papers and technical reports. Okay. Mr. Jestani?
Hello.
Hello, yes.
All right.
Yes. Time is your sort of presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum to our respected organizers and moderators of this virtual international conference of Association of Indonesian Accounting Lectures, and also to my fellow speakers and presenters, our dearest attendees and participants, fellow educators and academicians all over the world. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It is an honor and pleasure to be given the chance to be one of the keynote speakers to this significant event spearheaded by AIDA Indonesia. And to formally begin my presentation, allow me to give you an idea about me as a speaker. So I am Dr. Jusoni P. Carpio, and I'm an English language, literature, communication arts, and research educator. And these are some information about me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And also, these are the organizations I have and the workplaces and positions I handled and the current position I have. As what I mentioned earlier, it is an honor and pleasure to be given the chance to be one of the keynote speakers who would talk about the topic penning empirical researches in higher education, challenges and opportunities in pandemic and post-pandemic era. And to formally begin my presentation, it is but proper on my part to give you the objective of my presentation. So these are the things that we're going to talk about. Number one, we're going to revisit the significant concepts in writing empirical research. Number two, we're going to discuss the challenges and opportunities in writing empirical researches in pandemic and post-pandemic era. And number three, we're going to identify timely topics for writing empirical researches in higher education. And to formally start again, it is also important on our part to talk about the two types of research activities. For in most cases, we are confused on terms that we would think that research activities refer to quantitative, qualitative, or even the combination which we call as mixed methods research. But when you say two types of research activities, Ward et al. 2014 cited that the two types of research activities are library research and empirical research. Let's differentiate the two. When you say library research, it involves a paradigm shift from knowing the topic to reading academic texts to simple academic writing or writing an essay. So meaning to say, when you say library research, this is the simplest type of research activity. And we usually prepare this one when we are trying to accomplish assignment, when we are preparing for a report, or when we are trying to accomplish our project. Next one, Ward et al. Also cited that the second type of research activity is a so-called empirical research. So this time, it's a more difficult research activity in a sense that it involves the paradigm shift from knowing the topic to reading academic texts to methodological or scientific actions and also to rigorous academic writing. This is otherwise known as pure or applied research. And as of what I mentioned earlier, this is more difficult compared to the previous one in a sense that this is a requirement for one to be able to pass in a subject or to be able to graduate and to be able to finish a certain degree in college or in postgraduate degree. So these are the two types of research activities. Likewise, it is also important on our part to revisit the general characteristics of empirical research. And there are three that we will mention here. So according to Barrett and Sipasio 2016, the three general characteristics of empirical research are purposive, scientific, and systematic. And when you say purposive, as one of the characteristics of empirical research, it means aims or goals of the researcher or the research itself. So what does it mean? When you say purposive, you have to remember that before a researcher could work on the entire paper, he or she must be able to begin first with the goal in mind, or with a goal, in a sense that it is like a light that will guide the researcher throughout the process. So it's comparable to a light that would serve as a guide on the part of the researcher. Purposive. Number two, we have scientific, in a sense that whatever we include in the writing or in the process itself must be based on something that is verifiable. Meaning to say, everything is factual or based on reality. What else? When we collect data, whatever we gather, then be it. In other words, a researcher is not allowed to manipulate the data. For if he will do or she will do such, then it's a violation of one of the research ethics. Let's have the third one. So Barot and Sipasho 2016 also mentioned of the third one. That empirical research is something systematic, in a sense that
Sir,
the researcher should follow methods or steps.
Mister, I can see your PowerPoint.
Hello?
Hello, yes, sir. I can see your PowerPoint.
It's being shown in here.
Oh yeah, okay. Go ahead. It's
Uh,
okay, sir.
All right.
Maybe the connection is not it's
Stable.
not friendly for I. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah. But can you see now my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So to continue further, the third one is systematic, in a sense that the researcher must follow methods or steps. It's very impossible for a researcher to gather the data immediately without beginning from identifying the problem or knowing the objective of the study. So we follow steps or methods. That's why it's systematic. And since I mentioned what do you call this one? Of systematic is one of the characteristics of empirical research. It is also important for us to revisit the basic process of empirical research writing. Actually, most of us are familiar here, but it's important for us to go back so that we will be refreshing ourselves. So number one is we begin by conceptualizing the topic. Now, what do we have to remember when we are conceptualizing the topic? I would just emphasize on the following. Make sure that the topic is something significant, challenging, and perplexing on the part of both the researcher and the reader. Otherwise, uh, either the researcher or the reader would encounter boredom, which would definitely lead to stopping working on the process of writing the research paper. What else? Uh, it is something feasible in a sense that it's anchored on the researcher's capacity, anchored on the researcher's financial stability, because we have to remember that when we write, definitely we will spend something, a certain amount, and also uh, anchored on the time framework. For example, if we are required to write it in one semester, then we have to finish it. Or if we are required to write it the entire school year, then we have to finish it within the school year. So feasible, perplexing, challenging, and significant. And after our topic has been approved by somebody, for example, our advisor or our teacher in research, then it is but important on the part of the researcher to do the second step. By the way, the following are the topics that we may work on during the pandemic era. Actually, these are not new to you. These are something you are familiar with. Other researchers have been doing this one, or there are already outputs on this, but this is very timely. So effects of pandemic two and preparedness of higher education in curriculum, learning resources, learning delivery, assessment, technology in education, and also tipake of educators and learners. When you say tipake, it refers to technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge and expertise of both educators and learners. So these are topics we could work on during the pandemic era. Well, transitioning from pandemic era to post-pandemic era, a researcher could work on the following topics: effectiveness of modified or newly made higher education curriculum. So why am I emphasizing on the modified or newly made? For we have to remember that this pandemic really impacted the curriculum. Just like in the Philippines, we are now following the so-called most essential learning competencies, where it also affected the way on how we constructed our learning resources. For example, the books that we are using in our classes, and also the way on how we deliver the curriculum or the topics in the curriculum. Like in the case of the Philippines, we are utilizing the following delivery modes or modalities, such as online learning to those who have access to technological gadgets and to internet. Likewise, we are also utilizing the modular instruction where students are given the modules and the combination which is a so-called blended learning. So combination of online and modules. And transitioning from pandemic to post-pandemic, we have post-pandemic era. Now, if you could notice in here, there are question marks. What does it mean? For we are not still certain of what will happen after the pandemic or the post-pandemic. Are we going back to the traditional practices we had, or are we moving forward to new practices in terms of education? So this is the reason why I included here question marks. Well, let's have the next. So if the topic has been approved, reading and writing references comes next. And this is another thing that is impacted by pandemic in terms of research writing or empirical research writing. Since researchers are not allowed to go to the physical library due to some policies of the government. For example, no social gathering or no social uh, maintaining social distancing. Therefore, the only way as to how we could get our references or where we would base our study or our literature review, to be specific, is by utilizing online sources of information. And bear in mind that when we are utilizing certain references, so that we won't be wasting time, effort, and energy, we have to evaluate first the materials. And when we evaluate, we are trying to check the following: authority, currency, documentation style, intended audience, objective or purpose, and relevance of the material we are reading with what we need. Again, so as we won't be wasting time, effort, or even energy reading something that we don't need. So let's have the next. Also, since I emphasize on online sources of information, these are the recommended materials we could utilize or recommended online journals. Let's continue further. Likewise, we take into consideration the style guide or the citation style that we use. Specifically, since I firmly believe everybody belongs to education sector, then we utilize generally American Psychological Association. Let's continue further. So the style guide depends upon the field you are into. I'll be skipping some other parts, but the third one is identifying problem and asking questions. We can do it in a traditional way still, but this one is another thing that is affected by pandemic. So identifying, constructing, validating, and testing research instruments. We identify research instruments if there is readily available instrument that we could use in gathering the data, but we construct if there is no readily available. But if there is a readily available, the only thing that we must do so that we won't be accused of plagiarizing someone else's work is by asking their permission or the original author's permission. But if there is no available research instrument, then we construct our own, given the fact that it would undergo validation and pilot testing so that it would still exhibit the characteristics such as validity and reliability. Let's continue further. I'll be skipping some other parts. This one is most affected by pandemic, gathering the data. For instance, in my experience, I have just finished my research. I gathered the data utilizing technology. I'm working on a survey descriptive design. Now, how did I gather the data? Of course, given the fact that I am not allowed to go to the place where I am supposed to gather the data, then I sent them the questionnaire. There are ways as to how I did it. One, I used Google Sheet, and the other one, I sent the questions using Messenger. So take a look at the difference. The traditional way as to how we do it, we go to the place, for example, in the school, and then we administer it physically or face to face. Another thing is that I gather the data through interview, structured interview to be particular, and I did it using Zoom cloud application. So I did not go to the place, but I was able to conduct the interview utilizing Zoom. And the beauty of that is that the conversation I had with my interviewer and interviewee it was recorded. However, you have to remember that before it be recorded, you have to ask the permission of the person with whom you would gather the data. For otherwise, you would violate research ethic. Let's skip this one. Let's continue further. This one is not that affected.
So, namaste.
Then writing the research report, but this one could vary according to the researcher. And then sharing the research is another thing that is affected by pandemic. How do we share research this time? Just like what we've been doing, we've been actually sharing research outputs. The previous speakers and the next speakers are actually sharing their research output. And how is it done? We do it online. In a traditional way, we go to the place and then we conduct the conference. Now we are doing it online. What else? Instead of publishing your paper in a print journal, we could still continue publishing our output by having it published in online journal. So this is how we share our research outputs. And this is the generic process or generic parts of an article published in an online journal. Let's continue. And the next one shows you the generic process of publishing your paper in a journal, be it online journal or print journal. But bear this in mind, when you publish your work, you check whether that one is reputable journal or predatory journal, because nowadays there are existing predatory journals which require you for payment. In other words, the credible journals are the ones that do not require any amount or any payment. Let's continue further. And then along the way, proofreading and editing could happen. Proofreading and editing exists or happens in the latter part or in the last part, but this one can happen along the way in any part. For example, I'm done with my SOP or same the problem. Could I proofread it or edit it? The answer is yes. So it can happen in any phase. Let's continue. And also, let's remember the purposes of writing our empirical research. So number one is we write to be able to solve problems. This is the primary goal of writing the empirical research. Number two, to contribute to the fund of knowledge and community. And how do we do this one? We can only do this one if we are able to share our research outputs, because we could not contribute to the fund of knowledge if we are not able to share our work. What's the value of sharing your work? So that others could also learn from your output. Otherwise, you just wasted your effort or time finishing the paper. So it must be shared to others for future reference. And third one, replicate ideas with uniqueness and identity. Can we work on a topic that is done in other place? The answer is yes. For example, if a research is done in Indonesia, can I also do it in the Philippines? The answer is yes. Given the fact that you would maintain uniqueness and identity, so that you will not be accused of you would not be accused of plagiarism. Let's continue. Number four, we're almost done with this. And then propose something new. For example, a cure, medicine that would cure COVID-19. The doctors would have to work on research before coming up with certain medicine that would cure certain illness. So propose something new. And most importantly, to improve the quality of life. So if you could notice also, I did not share with you the definition of research, or I will give it at the last. I will get the definition from the characteristics, the process, and the purposes. In other words, we define research based on my discussion with you as purposive, scientific, and systematic process of conceptualizing the topic, reading and writing references, identifying the problem and asking questions, identifying, constructing, validating, testing research instruments, gathering the data, presenting, analyzing, interpreting the data, writing the research report, sharing the research, and proofreading and editing the research to solve problems, contribute to the fund of knowledge and community, replicate ideas with uniqueness and identity, propose something new, and improve the quality of life. With that, allow me to leave everybody this statement that before, during, and even after these trials, opportunities were, are, and will be around. With that, thank you, fellow educators. Dearest moderators,
Yes,
Okay,
thank you
thank
so
you.
much.
was I
Okay.
audible?
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Justone Pecarpio, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that you can check a box. Okay, there is no question. Um, okay, thank you so much for presentation for today, sir. How wonderful to see you, and hopefully that we can see next event.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Justone Pecarpio
Thank you.
from University of Caloocan City, Philippines. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next, I will hand over this virtual internet conference to Mr. Indrayani from University Malikul Saleh, Lok Sumawe. Sir, can you hear me, Mr. Indrayani?
Okay.
Okay, it's your time, sir. It's moderator. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Indra, we go ahead to Mr. Amitabh Vikram. And after Mr. Amitabh Vikram, we can go to Mr. Dr. Heru Falepi. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mira. Thank you, Tri Nadila. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I am going to continue as a moderator. The next speaker is Amitabh Vikram. Hello, Mister. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, salam namaste.
Namaste.
Okay, before we are discuss about your topic, I would like to introduce your biography. Dr. Amitabh Vikram Duveni, Sri Mata Fashion Devi University in Indonesia. Amitabh Vikram Devi is a University Faculty of Linguistics and heading the School of Language and Literature at Sri Mata Fashion Devi University, India. His research interests includes language documentation, writing, description, grammar, and the preservation of rare and endangered language in South Asia. The National Digital Library of India, MHRD, featured his 11 lectures in the public domain. Also, the UNESCO Atlas of the World's Language in Danger referred to his two work on the Bahadafili language at the official website. His published book is found in the libraries of University of Stanford and Princeton. He has contributed numerous papers to many scientific index and Scopus journal, and contribute more than 115 research chapters to knowledge resource, chief EBSCO, and to encyclopedias. Published by Springer Nature, Sage, Roman, and Little File and ABC Clio publication. He has also been a co-director for research project entail a comprehensive study of culture, philosophy, literature, and language, section by India Council of Certain Sessions Research. His most recent book are One Grammar of Sarazi, Lingkod Eropa Malaysia 2019, and Second Degree at the Dialectic, Lincham Eropa Manik 2018, A Grammar of Hadati, Richard Eropa Manik 2012, the fourth, A Grammar of Bandawali, Linchon Eropa Monix 2013, and a property collection titled the five, Shiner Ka Sakapata 2015 in Hindi, and six, Something Lured in Sam 2017, Marfa House, Texas. As a poet, he has published numerous poems in different anthologies, journals, and magazines worldwide. Until recently, his poem Mother has been published to Motherhood and War, International Perspective, Palgrave Macmillan Press. Okay, Mr. Amitabh Vikram, the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. And I'm going with my presentation. Before that, I am sharing a slide so that all of you will be able to see. The title of my presentation is the New Education Policy in India. And 2020 issues concerning multilingualism and teaching methods. So there are certain issues which I am be dealing with, and this education policy, it is introduced recently for more than 3 decades. So there are certain issues which are quite relevant to improve the quality of education, as well as it also suggests certain teaching methodologies that will be useful for teachers. So this education policy 2020, basically it is launched in India, but the insight that it provides will be quite useful for other teaching community. That is my belief. And considering that, I have taken and selected this topic for this presentation. Now, the focus of this presentation is multilingualism that I am taking and the power of language. Though there are various issues discussed in this policy, but the scope of this presentation is related to multilingualism and the power of language. Because in India, most of the people, like almost everyone, is bilingual. So they know more than one language, and many people, they know 3, 4, or 5 languages. So India is a bilingual country, and there are so many languages around, but we have a hierarchy, like the mother tongue is different. Then we have, let's say, an official language. English is an official language. Hindi is an official language in India. So we have this type of hierarchy where you have mother tongue, then that is L1, and then other language, that is L2. So this new education policy, and particularly the 9th fundamental principle, what it says that multilingual and the power of language are to be utilized. Now, when we talk about any person who is multilingual or at least bilingual, because bilingual person is also multilingual because he knows more than one language. And there is an applied linguist named Cook, and Cook says that multilinguals, they are also multi-competent. So knowledge of more than one language is related to your creativity and competence as well. So someone who is a multilingual, that person is also known as polyglot, and this is quite focused in the new education policy, that how this multilingualism is to be used as an effective tool in teaching learning practice. So this, when we say this, it's a powerful tool, then it's actually a metaphor that we are using, and this metaphor is to accelerate teaching and learning process. Now, in new education policy, this bilingual methods is emphasized, as well as the translation is also emphasized. Because what we see, particularly in higher education, that most of the bilinguals, they are not proficient in the L2 language. They are quite comfortable in their mother tongue, but they are not comfortable in their L2, and that is the English language. They are not that proficient, and because of that, their study also suffers, and they get lower grades because they do not know how to express themselves in English language. English is an official language, and particularly when it comes to higher education, then in all universities and colleges, generally teachers and professors, they deliver their lecture in English language, and you need to write your answers in English language as well in India. So now this is actually a problem, and this new education policy gives space to Indian language. So it says that you should not force English language to students, but teachers should use translation methods as well in the class if a student finds it difficult to understand the content. So this thing is emphasized. At the same time, most of the books that are available in higher education, and most of the journals, quality journals, they are in English language only. Now, in order to remove this scarcity of good books in regional languages in India, government is planning to establish various translation and interpretation interpretation institutes where various various books in regional languages in higher education will be available. Now there is a difference because we know that L1 first language and second language, L1 is our mother tongue and we are quite comfortable in our mother tongue. And when it comes to second language and L2, we are not that comfortable in that mother tongue. So this is quite common. So in this new education policy 2020 in India, these four terms are used parallel, like mother tongue, home language, local language, regional language. So they have not made any fixed distinction or any clear-cut distinction between, so it can be mother tongue or it can be home language, local language, because India is a multilingual country, and sometimes it happens like the language mother tongue of a husband and wife is different. So they are also considering that issue, like wife is speaking South India, wife is from South India and she is speaking Telugu, and husband is from, let's say, North India, the husband is speaking Hindi. So that type of situation is also there. So in between, the communication between husband and wife is also dependent upon the English language. So they are considering all such things in mind. That's why they have not made any clear-cut distinction between mother tongue, home language, local language, and regional language. Now we need to understand one thing, that bilingual approach or bilingual teaching method is different, and bilingual teaching learning material is different. So when it comes to bilingual method, then it's a teaching method, and in that particular teaching method, second language can be used with the target language. But when it comes to bilingual teaching learning material, then we are specifically pointing to the availability of translated text, that the text is available. And the bilingual method, as we know, that it was posited by C.J. Dodson in 1967. So we have a dialogues and picture script side by side. Then meanings are conveyed bilingually to avoid meaninglessness and parroting. So all such things are the part of. So we can say that bilingual method is actually the combination of the direct method and the grammar translation method that we have. So both these things, like first of all, the translated text should be available in higher education, as well as teachers, they are supposed to use bilingual method in their classrooms. Now, and why it's required, because we have mentioned that there is a significant difference between the competence of L1 and L2. And why is it so? Because there is one hypothesis proposed by Penfield and Roberts, and what it says, this hypothesis is known as critical period hypothesis. And in this hypothesis, they say that there is an age, particularly 14 year, 13 year before puberty, and during that time you can acquire any language with ease. But after that, if you want to acquire that particular language, then you will not be that proficient, or you will not be that competent as you are in your mother tongue. So this is also supported, this bilingual teaching method is also supported with this argument that students, they are more comfortable in their regional language, home language, and mother tongue rather than the English language, though English is an official language of India. At the same time, what it says, that all languages will be taught in an enjoyable and interactive style with plenty of interactive conversation. So when we talk about this sentence, then it focuses on the Suggestopedia. And what is Suggestopedia? Suggestopedia is again a teaching method originated by Bulgarian psychologist Georgy Lozanov. And what it includes suggestion and pedagogy. So you need to be suggestive once you are teaching. So you can't teach students in one way communication. You need to communicate with the student all the time, and student feel comfortable and relax during your class. At the same time, there is one good thing that I have found in new education policy, that they are also quite concerned about Indian languages. It should not happen that English as an official language overpower all these languages, and these languages gradually will lose their significance. So this should not happen, because language is not simply a communication tool. Language is related to our to our culture. So if you are losing your language, that means you are losing your culture, you are losing your originality, and what you will become, you will simply become a copycat. So that should not happen, and for that there are 22 languages. There are 22 languages that are there in the Constitution of India, and these languages are enlisted. These languages are enlisted in the Earth Schedule. So these said, and they say like these language should be focused. So the bilingual, the translated text will be available in these languages. Now, at the same time, in India, generally we have 3-language formula, and that 3-language formula is like one language will be your mother tongue, second language will be your English, and third language will be some classical language that you can pick. So this 3-language formula is kept. This 3-language formula is kept intact, and most of the states in India, they are advised that once you apply or once you implement this 3-language formula, a student must not be forced to take any language, but they can take the language out of their own free choice. So this is also quite important thing in new language policy. But there is some fallacy that is also the part of new education policy, because what it said that India's languages are among the richest, most scientific, most beautiful, and most expressive in the world. So now what is this, like because if we make such type of claim, then this is not a good thing, because this is against the linguistic view that we have. Because in linguistics we believe that all grammars are equal, and all languages are at least are equal. So we can't say that one language is beautiful, one other language is scientific, other language is expressive, or other one language is like more advanced and other languages primitive. So these sort of things generally we do not take into consideration in linguistics. However, we cannot also deny the fact that English is certainly the language of science in the modern world. And when we talk about that language of science, that we are indicating that an estimated 98% of all scientific publication being written in this language. So this is basically the focus. This is basically the focus. So we need to change this statistics, that it should not happen that all the things that are available in terms of higher education, that is in English only. So it should be like in regional languages, in different languages. So that thing should be there. At the same time, this new education policy also talks about that we should teach students the phonetics of that particular language. At the same time, the etymology of that particular language. Why? Because as we know that at some point of time in the past, like all languages were somehow related to each other. For example, in one language you will find the words of other languages. For example, there is a word like vodka. Now vodka is a Russian word, but this word is derived from the Sanskrit language udaka. Now what is udaka? Udaka means something water. Udaka means water that is colorless and odorless. So this type of thing. Similarly, you have a Latin word pater, and in Sanskrit you have the word pitar. Now pater and pitar, they mean father. So now this type of knowledge, if you have, and if you know that, okay, from my languages, English has borrowed 100 words, 500 words, then obviously you will have a respect for your language, that, okay, your language is also a good language, your language is also a rich language. So once they know this phonetics and how the alphabets they are arranged, how scripts are selected, and the common grammatical structure that is there across languages, then they will have a more comprehensive view, and they will not make the fallacy like such and such language is scientific and such language is primitive. So all the bias will be solved once you have this knowledge of the sound system and the word system that you have. Now the Sanskrit knowledge system, another focus of this new education policy is to develop Sanskrit knowledge system. Now, what do we mean by the Sanskrit knowledge system? We are talking about actually a knowledge system where everything that is written in Sanskrit is available. Since in India, most of the languages, they are derived from Sanskrit language. And lots of knowledge is there in the indigenous languages that we have. So in order to derive, in order to read, in order to extract that knowledge from any system, this is also advised that Sanskrit will be taught through the use of Sanskrit knowledge system, that was literature and others in particular, so that interest of the students will be there once you read literature, as well as knowledge will also impart. And at the same time, new education policy also talks about that other such European languages and other Indian languages, they should also be taught. So it should not be there that they are only speaking or they are only learning Sanskrit language as a third language, but they are also dealing with other classical language as well, from India as well as from abroad. And this methodology they have emphasized, and what they are talking about, they say like there should be experiential learning pedagogy. Now, what is this experiential learning pedagogy? That is like the gamification, that students, they learn through fun. So they have said like gamification, and the nowadays we have mobile apps, and so you can also use during the teaching, so that you can have a more fruitful teaching learning activity. When we use this term gamification or game designed element, then actually we are not playing a game, but we are using this metaphor game in non-game context. So we are using this game thing in the teaching, because generally we treat study and game on opposite direction. So here there is a blending, like you need to blend this game element into teaching. So student will learn while having a fun, or while having an interactive session or entertainment. So that is again quite important, and that is the focus of new education policy. And when we talk about gamification, then there are various models, but this model is particularly good, like problem-based and case-based learning. What is problem-based and case-based learning? Harriet provides 7 basic rules for case-based learning. So whatever you want to teach, you need to tell a story, focus on an interest-arousing issue set in the past 5 years, creates empathy with the central characters, includes direct quotation from the characters, relevant to the reader, must have pedagogic utility, conflict provoking, decision forcing, hence generality is short. So that means like whatever you want teaching, it should be crisp, it should be concise, it should be interesting, and it should be in the form of storytelling. Because we live in different cultures, but one thing is common among us, that we all love stories, we all love narratives. So that's why this problem-based and case-based learning is quite efficient. So for example, if you want to teach the difference between these two sound pa and ba, now as we know that the pa is a fortis sound and ba is a lenis sound. So we can make that pa is a parker and ba is a barker. So, and pa sound, you want to say that pa sound is more forceful than the ba sound. So as you can see, the barber is lean and parker is strong. So this way, this type of image you can create even for the very scientific and very factual things. So thank you all. This is from my end, and I have discussed various issues which are related to new education policy, particularly multilingualism and the power of language, and related to the methods. Thank you all. Over to you, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amitabh Vikram, for your wonderful presentation today. Let's me to textbook. Any question? They didn't have. Okay, I want to ask to you, Mr. Amitabh, what the language, the formal language in your junior high school, English or in Hindi?
Can you repeat your question once again?
In junior high school, what the language, the formal use you in the junior high school, junior school? The formal language used in the junior school.
Yeah, we because like we deal with higher education in university, and the medium of higher education is English. So we talk in English with the students, and they also write their examination in English language. So English is the medium of, you say, like a medium of instruction in our university. But when it comes to lower level, like then in different schools, different type of languages are used. This is the case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amitabh Vikram, for your presentation. See you again. Bye.
Bye.
And the next presentation is Mr. Heru Falevi. You can hear me, Mr.?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very much. Nice to meet you, Mr. Heru.
Yes, me too.
Okay, before we are discuss about your presentation, and first I will introduce your biography. Next. Okay. Dr. Red Paul Heru Falevi, SA MSc, current occupation Associate Professor, Accounting Department, Shah Kuala University, Banda Aceh, Indonesia. He is a graduate of Germany University of Public Administration since Speyer, Germany, magna cum laude. Wow, wonderful. Working experience. In 2006 until present, lecture in Accounting Faculty of Economic and Business, UNSIA. 2014 until present, Editor-in-Chief, Journal Dinamika, Akuntansi and Business, UNSIA. 2020 until present, Head of Quality Assurance Team, Accounting Department, UNSIA. Research interested, public sector accounting, accounting for disaster, hospitality management accounting, big data analytic application in healthcare. Dr. Paul Heru Falevi publication, namely in the many of the Scopus journal, such as predicting cost recovery rate of Islamic stroke patient, a potential application of a big data analysis in hospital, Journal of Physics conference series. And then his publication, the topic is the Indonesian disaster response budget correlated with disaster risk, Jamba Journal of Disaster Risk Studies, Index in Scopus Q2. And next result, the performance and Sharia compliant, a comparative analytic of Indonesian and Malaysia Islamic Bank, the LSU Business and Economic Review, volume 26, volume 2, page 41 until 52, Index in Scopus. And the last, understanding why the role of accounting in unchanged in Indonesian public hospital, Journal of Accounting and Organizational Change, Index in Scopus Q2 and ABIS 2 star. Okay, Mr. Heru Falevi, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Mr. Heru, can you load it? Your voice is very small.
Hello, can you hear me
Okay,
clearly?
clear. Next.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the moderator for introducing me and also invite me for this conference. I would like to share my slides. So my presentation is quite different from other speaker, but previous speaker has mentioned about the predatory journal. So my slide today is about predatory journal that have been emerged in international world, not only in developing countries, in other countries, but also in Indonesia. Okay, the title is No Scopus, No Party, How Indonesian Accounting Scholar Fall Prey to Predatory Journal. Okay, this is a part of my research with my co-authors. Today I'm going to talk about how publication role has been shifted from the knowledge sharing, and now it's more on the performance evaluation for the universities and academicians. And then I will I will discuss about the predatory journal and publisher, what are there, and then Indonesia's strategy to improve international reputation. Following that, I will present our preliminary result from our study, which is publication trend of Indonesian accounting scholars. And then there is interesting findings in our study that many of Indonesian accounting scholars have been are fall prey to the predatory journal and publishers, and some conclusion and recommendation. So to start, as you know that there is a significant change in publication in academic world. Nowadays, the publication has been considered as indicator for performance evaluation, not only for the lecturer, the scholar, the student, and also faculty, even ministry. So this kind of shift has been happened since 10 or 20 years ago. And then we have what we call metric-based performance indicators. Let's say the H index, the Scopus citation, and so on and so forth. This has been used as the main or primary indicator to assess lecturer or scholar achievement, and also for the grant selection. This is important indicator nowadays. And then we have university ranking and reputation, the international one, let's say QS ranking and other ranking, which motivate not only university but also government. They try to improve their ranking. So they have some effort to make sure that the university ranking in their country increase gradually or significantly. And then thanks to the advance of the technology, now we have some reputable, we call it international recognized database. For example, Scopus and also Web of Science. And this database is easy to use, and some universities, grant provider have even the international accreditation have used this information provided by the database to assess the application or to assess or to have the accreditation process of the universities. And recently we have what we call open access journal practices. In here, the author have to pay some amount of money, and they get published, and the paper will be freely accessed by the public. Yeah, so this is open access, different from the old version where the author have to pay for the publication. Different from the old fashion, which is the reader who have to pay the publisher. But now, not only the reader, but also the authors. Yeah. And then for the recent years, the last few years, there are what we call predatory journals and publisher, and it has affect the literature and then the publication management in the world. And our study is evaluation how does it affects the predatory journal and publisher affects Indonesian accounting academic world. So let me begin with the definition and history. One of the pioneer or key person who informed the world about the predatory journal and publisher practices is Jeffrey Bell. He is a librarian in Columbia University. In 2009, he published some articles and shared information that there is unethical, we can say unethical or unprofessional journals and then he call it as predatory journal. He has a list updated until now. You can find it in his website. So according to some expert, predatory publishers is unprofessionally exploit the goal access model, profit oriented. So they asking for money, publish articles in exchange for the author fee, various level of deception, lack of transparency in their operation. For example, some publishers may misrepresent their location, stating New York instead of Nigeria, for example, or they may claim a stringent peer review where none really exists. So it kind of business manipulation. They also, in some article, it is also found that they use fake editor. So they claim that the editor are, for example, Professor Johnson, but the Professor Johnson is in the website, but he don't know that he has been appointed as the editor. And then, according to another research, Bell list consists already 1,294 standalone journals and 1,111 publishers that potentially predator. Yeah. Number of articles has been increased sharply from 53,000 to 420,000 articles between 2010 and 2014. And somehow I think Indonesian has a big contribution to this number. Okay, so why we have to concern about these practices? First, some experts believe that the predatory journal and publisher polluting the literatures because they provide or they publish article that may contain bias and lack of credibility papers. Because in the predatory journal, they pretend to have peer review and revision process, but in the reality they do not have it. And then second one, they harm integrity of the legitimate journals, reputation of scholar, department, and universities, and even the evaluation system, for example, the accreditation. Yeah, there is research done by Begus et al., Begus, Salos Lebini, and Zinov Yeva. They found that 5% of from 46,000 Italian researchers who seeking for promotion, their promotion has been approved, and some of their publication is in the predatory list. Yeah, so the committee who do the evaluation do not know or do not aware about the predatory journal. And last one, ineffective public spending in research and publication. As we know that many countries invest big money in publication and research, and unfortunately, some of them or most of them will be end in predatory publisher accounts. Yeah. So according to Chawla 2020, 100 of articles in predatory titles show that 60% have never been cited. So this is what a waste, yeah, because I agree with previous speaker that we have to share our research, and then the other will get the benefit. But here we say that the impact is very, very insignificant. And then another research found that why people or why scholars publish in predatory journal, at least there are two the most common or the most frequent researcher who publish in the predatory journal. The first one is researcher from developing countries, for example, India, Nigeria, and Turkey, and also maybe Indonesia, I believe, and student and unexperienced scholar. So these are the main target of the predatory journal. Maybe you also have been targeted. You receive some email from unknown journal. They asking for submission and fake index, fakes, yes, fakes index, and also other manipulation. And why people or why scholar publish in predatory journal? At least there are 5 reasons here found by some research. Lack of knowledge and awareness on publication system, particularly the PGS, the pressure of publish or perish. So there is what we call motivation or a pressure to we have to publish, otherwise we got problem in our university. We will be evaluated. Yeah, lack of capacity, knowledge, and confidence by the scholar to submit and publish in a more reputable journal. Pages provide fast and easier process of publication. These things cannot be offered by a reputable journal because it takes time to do the revision, to have the review and also revision. But in predatory journal, you submit today and in 1 week they will give you the letter of acceptance. Yeah, so it's very easy and fast. Yeah. And another reason is, of course, to achieve rapid promotion and incentive allowance system. For example, in Indonesia, if we publish in Scopus Index Journal, the government or the university will give us some bonuses. Yeah. In Indonesia, for the last 6 or 7 years, there is a concern to increase the international reputation of Indonesian universities. Yeah, in doing so, to achieve a better ranking, the primary strategy that has been adopted by the government is by increasing the number of publication of Indonesian scholar in international reputable database. In this case, Scopus and Web of Science. How? The government, through the Ministry of Higher Education and other ministry, they provide facilities, grant, and incentive for publication in journal index in Scopus or in Web of Science. And everything have to be linked to the publication in Scopus. Yeah. Even for the requirement for lecturer promotion and professorship, student graduation, and KPS of university. So, for example, if I want to be promoted as a professor in Indonesia, I have to publish at least 2 publication in journal that index in Scopus. Yeah. For the student also, if doctoral student want to have a graduation, they have to first have publication in international journal index in Scopus. Yeah. Similar situation are also found in other developing countries. So this is the result of our study. The reform, we can say the reform or the new target to improve publication in Scopus Index started around 2013, and we can see here there is a rapid increase. This is the number of publication of Indonesian accounting scholar in Scopus from 1 here to 8, and then rapidly increase starting from 2013. And here because our data is only until the mid of 2018, so it looks like there is a decline, but the truth is it increased. If we use a full year, I'm pretty sure that the number or the grade increase. Yeah, so it's very clear here that we can see a sharp increase in the number of publication in Scopus from Indonesian scholar. And then we try to classify. So here the blue one is the international collaboration, means that the article is an output of collaboration research between at least one Indonesian with other author from other countries. And the national collaboration means that amongst Indonesian scholar and same institution collaboration only from the author affiliated from one university. So the increase contribute to the rapid increase can be linked to the same institution collaboration. Yeah, so this we can expect this because in Indonesia, since couple years ago, a doctoral student and even master student have to publish in Scopus index journal, otherwise they cannot pass the exam or they cannot have a graduation ceremony. So this is the effect. Yeah. Unfortunately, according to our data, there is increase on the number of discontinued journal. Yeah, discontinued journal is a journal that that were in Scopus, but because of some reason has been excluded from Scopus. So we can see here that over the years, the number of article of Indonesian accounting scholar in discontinued journal increased rapidly, and in 2017, almost 70% of article published by accounting scholar in Indonesia are in discontinued Scopus journal. And then we check again in the bell list. You can find it in this website, and it also we found also the same finding here. There is increasing number of papers from Indonesia in journal that listed in bell list. Yeah. Although the bell list has some is problematic, there are also some articles that against the bell system. But we can say that I believe that more than 60 or 70% of bell list journal are predatory journal. And another things interesting finding here that we distinguish between discontinued and continued journal where Indonesian scholar publish their article. Thus there are only 25 discontinued journal, but there are 397 articles that publish only in these 25 journals. In continued journal, there are more or less same number, but the number of journal is quite high. Yeah. So 50% of the article that we studied here are published in discontinued journal. So I think this is the interesting phenomena and need further investigation. And also here we can see in international collaboration papers, only 3% of the papers ended in predatory journal. But in national collaboration and same institution collaboration paper, the number of article published in PGS even higher here, more than 15%. Yeah, so maybe we think that the collaboration has or play important role with in deciding which outlet or which publication outlet the journal will be the article will be published. Yeah, and also there is a specific pattern. Yeah, I think why it is happen because in Indonesia there are some conferences that offer speedy publication of their proceeding in Scopus journal. This journal, many of them,
I have only 1 minute.
Okay, has been excluded from Scopus. So in conclusion, the Indonesian government strategy to increase the number of publication in index journal is successfully. There is a rapid increase. However, the quantity has increased, but the quality is declining. For some reason, Indonesian, not only accounting scholar, I think, published in the BS journal, predatory or discontinued journal, and we need more research on this issue. The government has spent a huge number of money in scholar research and publication, but the impact and benefit can be questioned. Better evaluation, therefore, better evaluation indicator and improvement of scholar awareness and knowledge on publication management and ethics are required. So this is from me. So back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Heru, for your wonderful presentation. And we check to the chat box. Miss Lilis Mariasi have a question about can you give, based on your experience, can you give the tips and trick in order that the journal or article can receive in journal reputation, Mr. Heru?
That's interesting question, and I need another session to explain about that.
Okay.
But I think that we should try first to publish in higher reputable journals. So let's say let's target Q2 or Q3, and then if this journal are good, a good journal, they will give us some review, and then from the review we can revise the paper and then resubmit in another journal. So don't give your paper in two potentially predatory journal, because you are not confident enough. But let's try just submit it and forget it. And if you are lucky, you will get accepted. If not, at least you get the review result and revise your paper.
Okay, thank you very much for your suggestion, Mr. Heru Falevi, and see you in another time.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, for the next presentation, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim, can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim, before you discuss about your presentation, I will introduce yourself, your biography. Okay, Muhammad Abdul Karim from Jihan University, Erbil, Iraq. He received BSc degree in Business Management from the University of Mosul, Iraq, and the MSc degree in Business Administration from the University Tenaga Nasional, Malaysia. In 2014, he joined Jihan University, Erbil as a lecturer in Public Administration Department, and he is known for his innovative concept related to marketing management. He has lectured widely on marketing, principle of marketing, health marketing, e-marketing, production and operation management, job satisfaction, job stress, and will assign topic of general interest marketing management. Also, as a researcher, he has published in Scopus in marketing, organizational behavior, human resource and management, and a subject. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim, you have only 20 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for your discussion. For participation, you can text in the question in the checkbook. Okay, Mr. The time is yours.
Inshallah, thank you, my dear brother. And please allow me to share my screen through my friend, Miss Almira.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. Moderator, not moderator, co-host, can you share Muhammad Abdul Karim PowerPoint?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I am Muhammad Abdul Karim from Iraq, a Master of Business Administration. I am glad to be here with you in this great conference with all my great team, my friends, and thank you for your invitation. And I am going to explain my topic, which is framework of teaching and learning education transformation in COVID-19 era. So first, we are going to talk about the introduction. Here, we are helping the students to achieve their potential by taking a student-centered approach to explore all aspects of teaching and learning, like the curriculums, the assessment, the devices, and spaces, which we'll explain in details after. This is with focus, of course, on understanding and meeting the needs of all students. Imagine a classroom where students are excited to come in the class and engage with their peers and make learning their own, like a classroom where a curriculum keeps up with each learner, not the other ways around. Also, a classroom where every student work with real-world tools that will solve tomorrow's problems, and also the classrooms where the educators' curriculums is guided by the direct needs of each student and their experience in and out of the classroom. Here to ensure students are prepared for the latest in teaching and learning, this framework can achieve learning objectives like engage student learning without instruction, great proactive intervention systems for students who are falling behind, build the workforce ready skills with students, and to reimagine flexible learning spaces led by the needs of each student, not the space in a classroom. Like not follow only the tradition systems, need also to use a new skills and new methods experience, through your experience to make a new innovation and interventions systems. So the frameworks contains four factors or four stages, which are the number one, student-centered learning. Please, Ms. Almira, next. Yes. Great pedagogy inclusive of teaching and learning practices that are project and competency based, like the collaborative, require students to own their learning. Here, the student-centered learning environment are ones in which systems and structures are internationally designed in a way that promote student learning. So here are a few ways to incorporate student-centered learning using, like, for example, if we are using the Microsoft technology, most of our colleges and keynote speakers here, they use the Microsoft as an expert teachers in these platforms. Also, one of the Microsoft tools creates to amplify student, which is we call Flipgrid. This Flipgrid is a platform that used in Canadian schools, and now it is spread to other countries. This Flipgrids enable students to share their thoughts and ideas in a safe space, and it creates a sense of community when being in a classroom is not possible, like we experienced during the pandemic of COVID-19. Next, please. Yes. Here we have this education evolving 7 principles of student-centered learning, which are the positive relationships, the positive identity, the the foundational needs meet, and the student ownership and agency, real world relevant, and the competency based. And of course, this we use it like anytime, anywhere. Because of these important principles, instead of student being the receivers of knowledge created by the adults, the universities, school systems should be redesigned to allow for a much greater focus on what and how students want to learn based on things that make each student unique, including their interest, needs, culture, and learning the styles, the experience, and of course the challenges that they face during their lives. Meeting these 7 principles may not happen immediately, but as a part of the school or district's vision, leadership should assess and assess what they are doing to ensure student-centered learning. This is for number one. Now we go to second model or second contents factors, which are the curriculums and assessment. When we talk about the curriculum, there are new forms of curriculum, whether project-based, personalized, or competency-driven, require a new tool to access, customize, and assess progress for each student. If we talk about the student in this model, students in a blended learning condition exceed students in traditional classroom environment. However, we can simplify the implementation of technology into a blending learning condition, which will not necessarily affect positive result. The schools, the universities must continually ensure their pedagogical beliefs align with their technological effort, especially in priority areas like the STEAMs. Education contents, curriculum, and assessment for learning must be student-centered and relevant, authentic, and constructive and interdisciplinary for each specialized student, each department, in each study, in each level. They should include, of course, like we mentioned, the innovation, the creativity, and the skills through deep learning. Content must be digital and shared widely. Next, please. Yes. And also, a student often learn by trial or error rather than making the test and the outcome. You can see, so the schools and the universities can create an environment where assessment is part of the curriculum, and especially in priority areas like we mentioned, the STEAMs. So here the schools and university must continually ensure their beliefs align with technological efforts. The assessment is an essential component of teaching and learning. Why? Because providing individualized feedback about what the students can significantly help the student to engage and stay motivated. For example, when we mentioned using the Microsoft tools, the educators can adopt their existing assessment strategies to work for remote learning and personalize the feedback to keep students engaged. Now we go to the model 3, which is number 3 in our topic, which is the devices for learning. Please. Thank you. Here we talk about the devices for learning. In Iraq, in Iraq and also in Indonesia and most of the countries, you can see this depends on the infrastructure of the country and the infrastructure of the city, the regulation of the Ministry of Higher Education, the education, also the administration. So different students who are from the village or staying in the village, and the students who are living and staying in the cities also depend on the income. Okay, this we will explain after. So offer students multimodal learning through the voice, the touch, and digital link that increase their ability to retain information and generate new ideas, like to use it for the real world for software. The devices for learning, selecting devices that provide superior value and support for learning. A device can either greatly enhance or seriously undermine student learning. Why? Because as we know, we can see our relatives, family members, they are using the mobile for gaming, for just social media, okay, more than using it for, how to say, learning and getting the knowledge of and studying online, whether they are in the university or the schools. So here it makes sense that different subject and student require different interfaces, including touch, the type, the pen, and voice. Like the surface also give educators the freedom to teach the way they want and empower students to achieve more while simulating learning through exploration. So the mobility is the new norm and affecting everything from devices, students, teachers, staff, families members. You can also see our children, family members, like we mentioned, the relatives, students, they are just taking as a gaming, just wasting time, okay? While you can use this selecting the right devices for learning, enable a school and university to deliver the lessons that are increasingly engaging and personalized. So here the right devices can also enable real-time feedback and adaptive assessment and crucial to the development of critical thinking and collaborative learning. Other researchers also spent years trying to understand the impact of pen versus keyboard input and its connection to a student's ability to learn. So here the Windows link brings lessons to life by giving students and teachers powerful tools to handwrite notes and annotate documents and scratch out their next big idea. Last one for this, which is getting the funding and choosing the right device is the first hurdle. Okay, while the second hurdle is how to keep all the devices updated and running at their optimal level. Last model, which is learning spaces. Here, the schools can improve and universities can improve the positive impact of digital technology with physical learning spaces that are more flexible, collaborative, and equitably healthy and inspiring. So here the teachers can let their lessons plan drive the classroom setups instead of the other ways around. So to plan an effective physical learning environment, technical and technological digital specification must be developed alongside qualitative consideration, which begins with the definition of a quality physical learning environment in terms of the students' requirement, like the age groups, the social needs, and usability, the safety regulations, then continually measuring and analyzing the results. Last for this, which is the quality learning environment. It is very important factor in this model. It is a physical space that supports multiple and diverse teaching and learning programs, and including current technologies, of course. One of the most demonstrated optimal, which is cost-effective building performance and operating the overtime and secure, safe, and simulating setting for its contents. Here for the clear expectation on where things go is important. Where the things is go is important. Even in middle and high schools, the universities, system must be in place in a visually uncluttered space that minimize the distraction and maximize the opportunities to move and explore. So here, due to the current world condition, because of the pandemic of COVID-19, the schools and universities need to rely more and more on remote learning where cannot be open, like the schools, I mean the universities. So here can build collaborative classroom through these platforms and create personalized assignment and assessment for every learner using Microsoft Teams, for example. Next, which are the recommendations. We have 6 recommendations through our experience in our universities and other universities and studies. It shows first one, which is identify most relevant framework. Here we can applicability of teaching and learning framework will depend on a host of variables, including teaching philosophy and classroom environment, the course objective, student demographic, and challenge to teaching. Number 2, which is create a course alignment map. This is what I mean in the campus and in the e-learning platforms that university or school are using it. So here the instructors can create a map as illustrated, which is including the steps, the figures, and the explanation in above when designing a course. Number 3, which is the assess student knowledge. We can get this assessment from their, of course, the test, from the quizzes, assignments, through the online, classes. So here a prior knowledge and skills help instructors craft and learners that fits and challenge specific student representations. So you can create a challenge between the students for also give them the reward. So here help the student to get more motivated to the classes. Include also the formative and summative assessment. Formative assessment help instructor monitor the progression of students toward achieving learning outcomes and modify the instruction as needed, while the summative assessment are performed for the sake of accountability. Because it's difference, as each of these types of assessments serve a specific purpose, which is both should be included within alignment maps. Number 5, which is complete a teaching practices inventory. For each academic or teacher or lecturer, he must have like a teaching practice inventory of the through his experience about the subject, what is the contents of each subject, the objectives, and what we will get in the end of the subject, also the question banks, and so on. So here completing an inventory can help instructor define their teaching habits and explore the best framework and facilities development of a new approach and course designs. Last one for my topic, which is modify activities and assessment as needed. Here the student, if they need not to appear to be reaching the learning outcomes as desired, the instructor can use feedback, like we mentioned just now, from the assessment and observation to reflect upon why is this in the case. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you for Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim for your interesting presentation. Okay.
Thank you.
I will check the textbook. They didn't have question. Okay, I want to small discussion with you, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim. In the
Yes, dear.
process teaching and learning education in Indonesia, the big problem in the COVID era is the process teaching and learning move to online. Yeah, and the big problem is the connecting internet not stable, unstable, or etc. And I want to ask you what the most problem in the COVID era 19 for the process learning and education.
Thank you for your question. Like I mentioned in the beginning, it is same, almost same, the instruction in Iraq and in Indonesia. Okay, the internet problems always facing, okay, during the COVID-19 until now. Okay, the lack of also the network, like we mentioned, the students who are living in the city, not like the students who are living in the villages. The infrastructure there is different. Maybe even the village they don't have, or it is weak network there. Okay, so in this case, in my university we are using a model platforms. Modular platforms. You can make a classroom, open the class to have your lecture online through the Google Suits, G Suits, through the Meet Hangout. Okay, you can record this class and you upload to your account for this subject, okay, in the model, okay, and the student can see it and watch this video after when they got the network, I mean, to engage to the network or to move to other, like from sometimes from their house they cannot to other relatives or their friends to other cities, okay, and we make the possibility to watch it open, not and I mean the availability not to close it, okay, just the test, the quiz, the assignment has a deadline.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Abdul Karim, for your sharing. I hope we can domain in the live event. And thank you very much
Thank
for
you very much
your.
for your time. Thank you for
Okay.
all participants also. Thank you again. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, for the next presentation from Mr. Bibas Tafa. Okay, Mr., can you hear me?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. For your presentation about your topic, I will introduce your biography. Mr. Bibas Tafa, a teacher and Nepal English Language Teacher Association Mekwandar ICT Cell Coordinator. Mr. Bibas Tafa is an English language lecturer, a teacher and Nepal English Language Teacher Association Mekwandar ICT Cell Coordinator. He is Microsoft Innovation Educator Expert and Trainer. He is also associated with 21 Digital as an ambassador, including TESOL 115 Howard from Arizona State University. He has done more than 20 MOOC from reputed universities like Cambridge University, Arizona University, Oxford University, etc. And also working as Moser, he is an ambassador of dozens of digital tools like Snapchat, Cisco, Glassjaw, Wikileaks, Puzzle, Flipgrid, etc. He has presented paper and conducted workshop in national and more than 15 plus international webinar conference as a key speaker regarding use of digital tool, academic writing, some semantic and pragmatic. Okay, Mr. Bibas Tafa, the stage is yours.
Thank you for reading my wonderful bio. Okay, good afternoon from Nepal. The COVID-19 pandemic situation has disrupted every semblance of normalcy in our lives. And being a lecturer as well as a trainer, the activities that I have been doing during this COVID-19 pandemic situation that I will be sharing with you all in today's session. So thank you for the organizer committee. I hope that this is my fifth session in Indonesia. So please, thank you all of you. And today I won't be talking on particular tools. Which tools is interested for you on the basis of your interest, on the basis of the queries, I shall try to share my experiences. So without doing ado, thank you everybody. So let me share my screen here. Just a moment, please. Let me. Okay, please. So let me share here this one. I hope that my screen is visible now. Is it visible?
Okay, listen.
So now let me share some of the things that I have been doing this during this COVID-19. As earlier, I could hear that internet problem, and Nepal is also one of the developing country. So many teachers, students, as well as teachers are getting a problem in connecting the ICT or using ELT in their classroom too. So here, as my interest field, I have been working as English lecturer, but my field is also on e-learning part. I'm interested. So working as ESL instructor, AE teachers, and Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert for 2019-20, and Microsoft Innovative Educator Trainer 2021, and TESOL certified. So all the educators, if you want to do the professional development courses during this COVID-19 pandemic situations, so why don't you do it in free of course? Let's have the professional development. It's really easy to say that you have to, or we have to do this and that, but it's really difficult to do it ourselves practically. So I have done more than 50 courses from reputed university of the world, all provides us in free of cost. So let's have some professional development courses at first. Let's be strong, and when we have the professional development courses, we can get ideas, we can be familiar with the different tools, we can be the global educators, and in that way, whatever the tools that we can use on the basis of our lot of interest and on the basis of infrastructure of development, we can do it. So in this way, I don't like to say that I have grown, I have been crawling in the uses of ICT, especially into ELT classroom. So this is the TESOL certificate I did from Arizona State University. It's 150 hours. So it's free of cost. So why don't you enroll it? If you do it, then you can get the teaching and learning activities, methodology, as well as e-learning tools and technology. You will be familiar with it. Similarly, working as Skype Master and Flipgrid, educational certified, CISA ambassador, Lesson Up ambassador, Wakelet ambassador, Nearport ambassador, vocabulary ambassador, Ubiquitous best learning. This is one research based, anyone, anywhere, anytime. Those area where the learners could not have the good access of internet. In that condition, we have been using this UBL cloud here in the context of Nepal. So Nelson Makwan for ICT Cell Coordinator, 21st DG Skills Ambassador, Class Treasurer Ambassador, and so on. And have been presenting. So here, among these some tools is, let me share some tools that so here okay, it's written in my own language, so I don't want to explain all those things here. So open online courses for teachers professional development, you can find in ELT forum. So how we can do the international online courses in free of cost, how we can apply, where should we do it, what are the advantages. Regarding here, I have mentioned my experiences. It may be fruitful for all. So let me share with you all that. Let's turn this crisis into opportunity for growing ourselves. Let's go together. Let's grow ourselves, and then we can encourage our students. So being an educator here, I just engage my students and do interaction with foreign students so that they can have the virtual platform, they can develop their confidence, and in the similar way, we can get learn other cultures, traditions, and the way and the technology they have been using. So these are just the samples here, teaching to Portugal, learning about the Africa, sharing our views to the Vietnamese children, talking about the Spain, and so on. So these are the Serbia. So these are the activities that I have been doing. And okay, please now let me share on. So honestly, look at here. This way I share this certificate here is that it would encourage or motivate you to grasp all those opportunities at the present time. So let's turn this crisis into opportunities. We have enough time. So let's enroll in those courses and let's learn ourselves at first, and we can find out whether the tools or the learning management system that we have been using is good for our students or not, on the basis of the geographical area and the level too. So these are I did first my Cambridge certificate. I got it in 2013. From 2013, I started my journey of using ICT into ELT classroom. So now this course takes $100, but other courses you can try free of cost. So many talks are here. So now actually today here within this short span of time, as I have already informed that on the basis of the learner's interest, I will be sharing different tools. But here let me talk regarding as I have been working as LMS coordinator also. So I would like to share regarding what does the LMS do and how to use the LMS, what I have been using. And if you have the different experiences that you have been using, please let me know that I don't like to share that I'm teaching here. I'm sharing my experiences and hearing your experiences and try to find out which one is the best one to apply in my teaching field, in my career too. So here regarding learning management system, at the present time, we have been using learning management system. At the present moment, many educators, they talk regarding the online assessment also. There is the problem that online assessment is also the problem over there, how to take the evaluation, how to do the evaluation of our students, and how to provide homework and so on. So here I choose for this platform today, learning management system. And if you have any queries, on the basis of your queries, I will move to other tools also, because I have been ambassador of different dozens of tools here. So sometime what's happened here, I have been sharing in earlier session, I used to share the different tools that when the student enroll in that courses or do some exercise, they would automatically get the certificate. Like, let me give the name over here, PropOps, Flippity, even the Google form, and that certificate would encourage them, motivate them. So that was the activities that I used to do. Now here in today's session, just I would like to share some the LMS learning management system that I have been doing practically, and I want to hear your experiences too. So learning management system is not the new platform for all of us at the present moment. Whether it's free version or whether it's paid version, we have been using it at the present time. So here regarding learning management system, let me share more slides. So learning management system, that's the storehouse. Our students easily they can find the assignment, whatever the activities we teach to them, they can see it later on also. As when you talk regarding learning management system, I have to be sharing on learning is a synchronous mode of learning or asynchronous mode of learning. In the context of our country like Nepal, every time the learner, they don't have the good internet access, or they may have to be busy in their household work. In that condition, when we use the asynchronous mode of learning, then that is being working effectively in comparison to synchronous mode of learning. So for synchronous as well as asynchronous mode of learning, we have been using the tools, LMS. Let me share with you all here. So just let me read some parts and then go to the practical one. So LMS stands for Learning Management System. Learning because you used to deliver education courses or training programs. As I have been working as English lecturer for university level, it's the best platform. And even for high school students, the learning management system like Google Classroom, maybe the best one, Easy Classroom, Schoology, maybe the best one which we can use in free of cost. So here I am not going to do the advertisement of particular tools. Maybe the economic problem and other problems are over there, but let's use the tool that's are free of cost. At first, let's have that knowledge over here. So learning, it deliver education courses or training programs. Management help because it helps you organize these courses. Learning LMS, okay, it has been categorized into three parts here. Learning means because you have to deliver education courses or training programs. Management because it helps you organize these courses, create them, we can manage them, change them, assign them to students, grade them. That's why it comes under management part. And system, last but not least, it is just a fancy word that translates to software. And LMS is a computer program. So everything can be done in a systematic way. We can deliver our education, we can create them, we can change them, we can assign on the level, on the basis of our students' interest as well as their level. That's why it's known as learning management system. So now here, just like words help you to write documents and emails, help you to manage your emails, and LMS is a software program that helps you to create, manage, and deliver e-learning courses at the present moment. So if you want to use the tools, then there are the tools like C#, Flipgrid, just the parts of LMS. And recently in my earlier session here in Nepal, I share regarding the near part, that is the important tools. So it can be used. It depends on, there are so many tools, so many LMS, it depends on which one to give focus. And LMS is an engine that powers e-learning, and in the most common form, it consists of two separate parts. Several component that performs the core functionality, creating, managing, delivering courses, authentic users, serving data, and notification, etc. The user interface that runs inside your browser as a web like Gmail or Facebook that is used by administrators, instructors, or students. So here, even the teachers can also monitor how far their students has done. Even the administrator also can find out, can evaluate how far the teachers has been teaching to the students. So it gives in the systematic way, it leads the education to move in a systematic way. So that's why it's one of the asynchronous as well as synchronous mode of learning, and that's the good one. So here in the pictures from here, you can see in this diagram, learning management systems covers students, instructors, master's courses, content delivery, courses collaboration, progress tracking. We can track the students' progress, assignments, practice, and exams, and so on. Now, okay, now here I'm going to share the tools that the LMS, learning management system, that I have been using. So learning management system, learning, getting some ideas, management to create, to recreate, and so on for a systematic use system. Moodle, it's a modular object-oriented dynamic learning environment. Many developed countries, they have been using. Yeah, but here in the context of my country, only it's paid version, so only we use the genomic form, not the Moodle one exactly. So UBL, ubiquitous based learning, is also one form of learning management system. Ubiquitous based learning, anywhere, anyone, anytime they can use it. That's why it comes under ubiquitous based learning. So we have been using this UBL learning management system. Similarly, in free of courses, free of cost in high school, we use Google Classroom, Easy Classroom. And the third one is for the assignment purpose. Any LMS can be used. So I have been providing classes on these LMS like Moodle, even though there's the Blackboard, but it's paid version. That's why as I couldn't afford it, and I did not keep the name even here. So there are different LMS, so which are in free of cost we can use. So I have been using the best all these LMS, and ubiquitous based learning is also the best one for those students who don't have the good access of even the internet. Now today here, so on the basis of your, as I have informed that earlier also, on the basis of the queries, which tools to use, what tools to use, that will be my topic here. But I want to share regarding the Canvas And you can see the dashboard of Canvas too. It's also the free learning management system too. If all the educators, you might have an experiences of using Canvas, that's great to hear. If not, then you can use the learning management system Canvas. So let me introduce some parts of Canvas. A Canvas is a web-based learning management system or learning management system. It is used by learning institutions, educators, and students to access and manage online courses, learning materials, and communicate about skill development and learning achievement they can share in Canvas. So the question that on the basis of my earlier presentation, previous presentation, I got the question that what's the difference between Canvas and Google Classroom? That's why I just mentioned the questions here, answers also. Canvas and Google Classroom both have unique features, focuses tailored to their target use basis. Yeah, there are so many tools, so many learning management systems, all are best in their own. It depends on which level of students we are teaching at the present moment. It depends on the infrastructural development. It depends on the area that we work. It depends on those areas. So Canvas better serves the more administratively focused needs of higher education. So for higher education, the Canvas may be the best one. It excels at document management, including assignment, creation, and management. Now, let me share the last parts of my features of the Canvas. What are the features? Collaborative workspace, share resources, copy, paste, customizable content, analytics, Canvas App Center, graphics, external service, so web standard browser, and so on. So these are the features. So here, rather than having a theoretical knowledge, when you go to the practical parts, then we can find more features of Canvas. And one more thing that I would like to request all the educators who are watching lively or joining through the Zoom here, let's use all the learning management system or tools once, and let's try to find ourselves which tool or which learning management system is best for our learner. I have also here one, the similar one, Google Classroom. So just I won't be sharing the Google Classroom right now. So now, yeah, my theoretical session is over here. I will go to the practical one. And regarding here, I would like to ask, I would like to hear from the respected educators, anyone, which learning management system have you been practicing, doing practice? So may I get from you? So this is the session. Thank you for the organizing such a wonderful webinar, because we are here not to teach our feelings, or not to teach. We are here to share what the experience we have got, and just we want to grow together. So please, any educators, what sorts of learning management system you have been using? It may be different than I have been using. So may I ask to Jim Becker, sir, respected educator, or any other educator, please?
Hey, Mr. Vibasafa, thank you for your presentation. Very wonderful presentation, and that is something new for me, yeah, especially the LMS. And can you share trial version the software Canvas to me to learn or to increase my ability about your software, sir?
Okay, please, sure.
Okay, this is free. Okay, they didn't have question for you, Mr. Vibasafa.
Okay, now let me go to the practical. So thank you. The theoretical session is over here, and if you want to know more tools, as I have been dozens of ambassadors of these different digital tools, so let me share the Canvas, and if the time remains, I will just engage with you on new tools, and then I will leave today's session. So thank you. Now let me go to the practical parts of today's session.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vibasafa. Nice to meet you. I hope we can join in another conference and see you. Okay, Mr. Papa.
Yeah, please.
Okay. No question in the chat room.
So may I know, please, shall I share the practical parts of Canvas or my time is over? Please, may I know? How many minutes do I have right now?
Just 2 minutes again, Mr. Bibastapa.
Oh, sorry, sorry to hear that. I thought that I have still more time to share practically in Canvas, to practically show practically some uses too. It's okay, no problem. We are bounded with the time, so
maybe you can share about link. You have a link or some like a YouTube link YouTube to so we can watch tutorial about Canvas, LMS like that. Do you have a link, sir?
okay, please let me share you. Let me open my own link and then you can get. Okay, this is the browser.
You can you can put the link in a chat in a chat box, so all participants can access.
So here I would like to request you that hope soon another program or the webinar will be held, and then I will be sharing not 30 minutes. I need at least 1 hour for the professional development courses, and I can support all the educators. Sorry, yeah, www.canvas.org. So log in Canvas. This is the link. So let me copy the link and put in the chat box. Yeah, to educate is excellent and free. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I can see here Jim Baker. That's why, yeah, I was expecting some new tools from you. Okay, now, thank you, Shora. I screenshot the new learning management system I hear from you right this moment. So just this is the way that you can do here, and you can log in. When you log in, yeah, when you click on login, you can see the dashboard. So this is the dashboard that you want to provide to your students. And what would you like to do? For instance, this is the assignment. What would you like to do? Start a new course. If you want to create new course for a student to engage them, then click on start new course. You can, when you click on start courses, then you can see your course name, for example, meaning into word. Okay, now just I entered meaning into words and just wrote the number here 14, meaning into word 14. So short name, what shall we give the short names? Short name means just only, let's give its name here 14. I create one course. Meaning into word. Now my courses is courses, you can see here what's the name of my course. My name of my course is 14, short course name. Now you can keep your assignment, you can keep your announcement. What the announcement would you like to give to your students? What the assignment would you like to give to your students? Discussion, grades, people, pages, files, syllables, outcome, rubrics, quizzes, modules, a conference, attendance, new analytics, settings, all are the features that is available here. For instance, let me go to the assignment. Just a moment, please, if my time is running out, sorry for it. So let me take not more than 1 minute here. Assignment, what would you like to give the assignment? For example, assignment. I click on assignment here. And what's the question that, okay, assignment name. What is the assignment name here? You can keep here, for instance, I wrote just NELTA. NELTA means Nepal English Language Teachers Association. I'm working as ICT coordinator. That's why it shows the name as I have typed it several times. So, okay, just the assignment I want to give, write the importance of using LMS. So this is the one assignment that I want to give to my students. And what's happened when we make the assignment? You can bring files, you can open pages, you can assignments, and don't forget, yeah, this is the assignment that I want to provide to my students. And let's see here. So you can also see how many points to be given to our students on the basis of their answer when they give points. Okay, let's give them points, 10 points. Assignment groups, what's the assignment? It's assignment only. Display as a grade, percentage, complete, incomplete points, letter grade. So let's give them a letter grade. And submission type, what do you want to expect from them? A text entry, would you like to get the text entry, website URL, media recordings, file upload? I want to get the text entry from my students. And allowed it, attend, how many times can they allow? Yeah, they can share unlimited times. This is a group assignment. Or is this group assignment? If so, then give your group name. If not, then it's okay. Let's give it to individually. Peer review, graders contribute here, assigned to everyone, or individually you want to share. And when you provide the date, everything, then just please, you have to do in this way. So this is the way that we can use the Canvas. So due to the short span of period, I can share all it practically. Otherwise, I would have enrolled you here and you can do this. So this is the one, and I am sure that all the educators, you can you can enjoy the Canvas. And yeah, please, Jim Baker, sir, I would like to ask the questions. Please, would you mind opening, please, on mute? I would like to request the host to unmute him because he has been using another LMS. It may be the next one. So Jim Baker, sir.
Okay, we can go to another speaker, Mr. Bibastapa.
Okay, it's okay. If you have time, schedule is packed. It's okay, no problem. So Jim Baker, sir, thank you for sharing one new learning management system. I was expecting that if it's better than the Canvas, then that would be the better one. Okay, it's okay, no problem. Thank you. Over to you, the host.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Bibastapa. Okay, moderator.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Bibastapa to demo this program for the management system. I hope I can join the another time with you, Mr. Bibastapa. See you in another event.
Sure.
Okay, for the next speaker is the Mr. Jim Baker. Okay, I will introduce Mr. Jim Baker biography. Jim Baker, a self-identifying maverick, is a teacher of 50 years. He has written for The Guardian, and the majority of his career was spent as a chemistry teacher at Lincoln Chris Hospital School. In his penultimate year, he was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award. He is a freelance education consultant and acted as a chemistry expert for the Chemistry Journal Project Virtual School Initiative. He is a contributory author of Teaching Secondary Science, Constructing Meaning and Developing Understanding, 4th edition. He is a pioneer of flipped learning and trained education worldwide of the flipped learning and cloud computing. His passion is to repair the nonsense and many call education. Okay, Mr. Jim Baker, the stage is yours.
Hello, Jim. Are you there?
Mr. Jim, open host, please open his mic.
Yes. Hello, Jim.
Hello.
Yes. Are you there, Jim? How are you today?
Yes, I am. Yes.
How are you today, Jim?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you for the waiting. Thank you so much, Jim.
No problem.
Okay, it's yours. Thank you.
Am I okay to start now?
You can start now, Jim.
Right, lovely, thank you. My name is Jim Baker. I'm from the UK. I have been teaching and training teachers for 50 years. The way I work is like no other. I don't know if you've had a chance to see my student engagement in the e-learning environment. The idea is I do not just advocate flipped learning, I actually practice what I preach. Could I share my screen, please?
Yes, you can share your screen. I have already made you co-host, so you can share a screen and doing
Right, thank you. Now, my philosophy is when I am in class with my students should not be doing anything that they do not need me for, that they can do on their own, i.e. access information. And I should not be doing anything that a non-specialist could do, i.e. show them PowerPoints or just give them notes. So I'm now going to demonstrate how I work. So first of all, can you see my screen?
Yes, Jim, we can see your screen.
So I share my teaching group with a colleague. So what my students receive at the start of the year is this teaching scheme. It is online. The reason it's online is because you can put hyperlinks in. So I share this group with a colleague called Taryn. So the students know from day one who's teaching which chapter. They then, when they're under the chapter, they can actually click the hyperlink, which will take them to resources, normally a PowerPoint. So my students do not homework. They have prep. So I also share with them Google Calendar. So if I click on this link, I am in school just one day a week on a Monday. So as you can see, every Monday, I've got a shared calendar with my students. So if I click on the year 13, I have 2 classes. I click on that. So the students have got this for the whole year. So they can see what they are doing every lesson throughout the year. And the idea is that they actually prepare for the lesson in advance. By doing that, when they get to the lesson, they are in a position to ask me questions that they want to know. Also, they do the conventional homework in class, because if they do it at home and they have no one to ask if they struggle, whereas if they do it in class, they have me to ask. So for each week, for each lesson, then they have the instructions, what they have to read on which chapter, they have resources there, and also my private notes. So before they get to the lesson, they have all this information to be prepared for the lesson. As far as I know, no other teacher works this way. No other student knows exactly what they will be doing each lesson throughout the year. And this makes the students independent. They are independent learners. So by giving them control of their own learning, empowering them, then they are far more enthusiastic. Now, the course we do, it is tested by 3 exams at the end of the 2 years. So one student asked if all this information could be put in one place, which I did on Google Drive. So year 12 is the first year of the course and year 13 is the second year. So when they come to revise, often the teacher tells the students what to revise. But if the students understand that topic, they are wasting their time. So I give my students all the 29 chapters of the 2 years' work so they can then choose what topics they want to revise, topics that they may struggle with. So if in chapter 21, buffers and neutralization, they can just click on that. So each student in my class may be doing different work that is suitable for them. And this really is independent learning. Something else I want to share with you is Twidget. Twidget is a free resource and it is described as social networking for students. So each student has a login, as does the teacher. So just waiting for it to open. So these are all my classes. So if I go to this class, open the class, then students can contact me anytime, 24/7, 365. So this one student here, Jade, after the lesson, she'd obviously been thinking about the lesson after school, and at just before 10 o'clock at night, she actually posted this question: would methane be more volatile than butane because it is shorter? I received an email to say one of my students had asked a question. I was then able to reply to her straight away. So she got the answer when she needed it, not 3 or 4 days, or in my case, a week later when I was in school. On here, you can put links. Also, there is the 2-year course with resources all there. So they can just click on any topic and find a resource on that topic. And the idea of all this is to make my students independent learners. The more they can do on their own, the better. And students are then far more enthused because they are taking control of their own learning. This method does work. I'm going to put a link to Twidget.
Okay, next, Mr. Jim Baker.
I'm just going to so do you want it on the chat?
Hello, Jim.
Hello, where can I put my links? So
Yes, yes, you can. You can,
do
Jim.
you want them on the chat box?
Okay.
Or where is the best place?
In the chat box. Okay, Mr. Can you share? Okay. Thank you so much.
Now I'm going to put quite a few links on there. The
Okay.
that is to my guest book, so you can see what people worldwide think of this. The main criticism I get is, what about the student that does not do their homework? Surely they will not do the preparation. So my reply is, what about the student that doesn't eat their vegetables? Surely they will not eat the bar of chocolate. Well, of course they will, because it's more pleasant. So the idea is, a lot of students do not do the conventional homework because they are stuck and they have no one to ask. But with the flipped learning, the homework part is done in class. So there is someone to ask, i.e. the teacher. So they are far happier because there is always help on hand. And 2-3 years ago, I had a mini stroke and I was off school for a month. And one of my students actually sent me an email and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry, sir, to hear that you've had a stroke, but it doesn't matter because the way you work, we have all the information online. And also, if we have a problem, we can just email you and you'll get back to us straight away." I'm going to put my email on there. My phone number
For your sharing the wonderful to manage.
my website. Now, I've been using this method for many years, and you can check the comments in my guest book, what people say about it, what former students say. And when, at the moment, I only teach them in the sixth form, and the first question they ask is, why couldn't we have worked this way lower down the school? And teachers do not like to work like this, because teachers like to ask the questions that they've already researched the answers to. But it shouldn't be like that. The teacher is there to answer the questions of the students. And this really involves the students in their own learning. And this is so important. I don't like the word teaching, because that implies you stand at the front and what I call force feed information. The students can get that information for themselves from my Google Drive. So to actually give them information, show them PowerPoints in class, is an absolute waste of everybody's time. Also, if the teacher shows a PowerPoint in class, if the student doesn't understand it, they cannot keep asking the teachers to stop and replay it. But if the student watches the PowerPoint or video at home, they can replay as many times as they like until it is understood. And in fact, at the moment, I'm introducing flipped learning into Rwanda and Kenya, because everyone sees the sense in that, because this can be accessed through any device, anytime, anywhere. The only, I suppose, necessity is having an internet connection. I know that is a problem in a lot of third world countries now, but as the infrastructure improves, this is the way forward. I am convinced. And my presumptions are based on 50 years at the short face of teaching. Most people, when they give a presentation, give information. This is why I sent my student engagement on the learning environment for people to read, because I wanted this session spent people actually asking me about the flipped learning. It should be spent people questioning my ideas, not me actually giving the ideas, because that can be read for themselves. Now I'm going to put a link on here to my presentation, which I say hopefully some people, a lot of people will have read beforehand, I hope.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Jim Baker, you finish your presentation. Mr. Jim Baker.
So anybody can contact me later, anytime. If anybody wants any questions, if anybody wants any training on this flip learning, then I will give it clearly for free.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jim Baker, for your suggestion. This is a new program for me, actually. That is the interesting program to applicate in our student in Indonesia, Mr. Jim Baker.
So are there any questions?
Any question in the participant, please? Okay, now have question, Mr. Jim Baker. Mr. Jim Baker.
Yes, hello?
Maybe you can.
Okay. Any question for participant?
There are not question from participant, but James, can you turn on your camera so we can see your face?
Sorry, yes. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize the camera was off.
Yes. Maybe a participant, if you have question, you can call Mr. Jim Baker in chat books. Have him contact. Okay, moderator. You can take
Conclusion.
a stake.
Miss Mira, thank you very much for Mr. Jim Baker for your wonderful presentation and the interesting.
Now, I have put a link to my guest book there.
Okay. Please
So
share
in the chat, so if anybody has any comments, they can put it there. And I am grateful for being given this chance to share my ideas with you all.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jim Baker. See you the
Thank you.
time.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Okay. I will give thank you for Mr. Jim Baker for the last speakers today. I will give some conclusion about our conference today and see you next time, Mr. Jim Baker. Okay. I will give some the conclusion about our conference today. Independent campus now need to be the phenomena issue in the world. To implement that program need all aspects at work, include in the education relationship connected with industry and society. And online or learning the best solution to application replace process learning with the face-to-face, but the most problem is connected access internet. And publications in Scopus journal nowadays is the phenomena in the predatory journal is the most not only in Indonesia but the worldwide is the phenomena. And the multilingual language is a powerful tool which can accelerate teaching and learning children to language extremely quickly. And the last, some program can choose to implementation learning management systems such as the Canvas model or Livonia every, you can learning everywhere and every time. Okay, I apologize for my mistake and I will back to host, Miss Mira.
Yes, Mr. Indra.
Aku hamba-hamba je. Okay, Mr. Miran. Miss Miran, time is yours. Hai home nó ken. Hai pakai Mira langsung di. Mira, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but there have some participant. Some participant want to sharing sharing her screen, so I want to make her stop more. Say thank you. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Jim, nice to see you, and it's so great presentation.
Thank you.
Maybe some.
Lovely to meet you all. It's
Yeah.
been a real pleasure and honor.
Yes, it's same to me, Jim. Nice to see you in here. So, all participants. Okay. This come the last from our conference. So, I want to close it. I want to thank you for the speaker, Jim Baker, Muhammad Abdul Karim, Bibas Jungtafa, Chris Zeta, and any other speaker. Thank you so much. I want to say apologize for our participant and our speaker if during virtual conference we have a mistake like we have overtime in our schedule. I'm so sorry so much.
No problem.
And thank you for your attention. Maybe you can come again in our next event, Association Accountant Lecture Indonesia. We want to make a webinar series. Okay, you can get information in my Facebook, maybe Almira Kamala Ulfa. You can access in there, or you have my contact. You can ask me how about the next webinar, because every month we want to make a webinar series to every week. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone. Thank you participant. See you next time. See you next week. Bye bye.
And thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.